G'day ladies and gentlemen, how you're doing? Welcome in to day 2 of Maitland 40k Team Championship coverage. How you're doing? Welcome in, how is everyone doing? It's going to be awesome today to bring you another full day of Warhammer content, and today it's going to be a bit different. We're going to be with our good friend, as I was talking about yesterday, Mr. Sam Lemon from Canberra. How you doing, brother?
Hey, hello everyone. Good morning, everybody. Nice and early start for some Warhammer 40k content. I'm doing very well, Scott. How about yourself?
Going well, my friend, going well. And Mint2 and Amelia, thank you so much for the follows as we're just starting up. It's a bit fresh in here, it's a bit chilly, so the jacket may get pulled on this morning, but it's going to be really good. We're going to have the top pairing for first round. That's going to be Vic Bulls against Sean and his Xenos Friends, which is going to be really interesting in terms of the list. Both teams have gone fully undefeated. And so yeah, it's going to be good to see how everything goes. We do have the remnants of some of the stuff from the game yesterday that was finishing up as well. So you might see the hands of Mr. Josh McMillan pulling stuff off the table. So yeah, it's going to be good. Are you looking forward to today, Sam?
Absolutely. I mean, so teams events are my favourite sort of events to play in. Like just hanging out, playing Warhammer with your friends, like winning and losing together. Like it's the best kind, and being able to watch some high quality competition is fantastic. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup. Obviously, the Vic Bulls, so a bunch of Victorians that travel up to the Maitland area. A long trip, but they're doing well. They're 3-0 so far, and hopefully maybe they can continue their streak. So best of luck to them. And then obviously Sean and his Xenos Friends, so a bunch of the Overwatch wargaming crew from the Maitland area. So got the notorious Chris Wright, so the 2020 CanCon winner. So for the last time when they ran the 40k camp out there, and notoriously very good Australian Warhammer player and part of the Australian WTC squad. So I'm excited to see how it all goes, and most excited actually for these pairings, Scott. Like these pairings are going to be very interesting to how they'll go.
Yes, it is. 100% it is. If we look at the teams on what they're taking, you look at Sean His Xenos Friends, which is Chris Wright's team. You've got Genestealer Cult, Eldar, Grey Knights, Tau, and Drakari going into Thousand Suns, Tyranids, Tau, Eldar, Chaos Space Marines. It's going to be an absolutely crazy game. I reckon it's going to be, in terms of just the round itself, with them being all the top level players, like it's going to be a bit nutty indeed. So
yeah, it'll be interesting. Obviously, we've got a bunch of very strong lists in that lineup, which we'll be posting here shortly and discussing as we go through the pairings matrix. So it'll be very interesting to see how it goes. So
yeah.
Excited.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So, we're going to be bringing up the pairings. I mean, the round starts in about 5 minutes. The mission for this one is Mission 11, Recover Relics. Now, way back when these first dropped, this was one of the ones I was a bit critical of. And I know you, Mr. Sam, who is with us, called me out on it.
What are you trying to say, Scott? Are you trying to say all your takes aren't the best takes ever, and like you got always 100% correct opinions?
No. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is you were right to call me out because I hadn't played it. And so, without playing experience, how can I make a proper judgment call? That's more my point.
That's fair. No, it's an interesting mission. So this is mission number 11. So it's Recover the Relics, as Scott alluded to. This is previously, I think, Retrieval mission is what it was previously known as. And
Quite possibly.
Yes, but what it is a hammer and anvil kind of approach. Like, sort of like the short edges, but like you're coming at each other from like the opposite sides of each other, and you'll have 6 objectives. So there's like one smack bang in the middle, sort of either side, about halfway in and a little bit in, and then you have 2 objectives towards the top. So on the screen now, so you sort of see the good games Maitland number 4. Roughly that's where the objective will be. Another objective will be, and like the same position. It'll be like a little triangle will be set up in this deployment zone. And so generally the deployment zones are just a bit shorter than objectives, so people will move out and push out. But it's a funny enough a relatively defensive mission, so you can play it pretty cagey, pretty safe. Just sit on your 3 objectives and try and maybe knock your opponent off another one, and then just score your points. But it'll be interesting to see how the matchups go. So whoever we get on stream, it'll be very, very good mixing to see how it goes.
Yep, 100%, 100%. So I just want to make sure that everything's coming through. So just for those of you in chat, can we get a confirmation that you are hearing Sam coming through? And I will pay out the prediction from last round because that was a very tight win. So last round yesterday we had Ben Way up against Josh McMillan. And it ended up just going to Adeptus Sororitas just by 3 points in the actual game, but it was a draw as well. Sam is coming through loud and clear, love to hear it. Hey Cuss, how you doing? Welcome in. So yeah, so this one is a hold 1, hold 2, hold more, and you score the additional point if you get 1 extra victory point for each enemy unit that was destroyed to a maximum of 3 for the battle round, so you get that incentive for killing. A unit can, if it was destroyed and resurrected for any reason, potentially count as having been destroyed several times. So if something's brought back, it can be considered being killed multiple times for that. And then the mission rule is the recover relics. You only receive Battleforged command point bonus in your command phase if you hold 1 or more objectives in your opponent's half of the table. Being Hammer and Anvil deployment, it means they're going to have to push up a solid, what's that going to be, 20 inches in turn 1 from their deployment to be able to secure that for turn 2. Otherwise, it's going to be a very low CP game. So I guess, out of the players that we've got, so to walk you through the 3 on each team that I would love to see on stream, for the Sean and his friends, we've got Tyler with Genestealer Cults, Chris with Eldari, and Sean with Grey Knights. And then for the Vic Bulls, Matt with Thousand Suns, David with Tyranids, or Reese with Tau. Those are the 3 players from each team I have picked that will be able to get them up for and see how they go and getting those games going. It won't be as long as yesterday. If you were with us for yesterday, it was a long, long day of coverage. We had 12 hours of content going for the day, and it was, put Chris on, dude's a mastermind, I mean, that's why I've got him up there. Like, he's definitely one of the top players to be watching at the event.
Yeah, Chris Wright is a fantastic player, and if you haven't seen him play, he's a very calculated player. So traditionally in the US, he's always been compared to the Brandon Grant-esque sort of player, so someone who's very meticulous and very calculated in the way he approaches the game. And of course, sees the game. He's always explained how he talks about the game, or sees the game like a turn or so ahead. He sees where things are going and how things are moving. So it'd be really, really interesting to play that. And I guess Scott and I are talking through what we may see from Chris.
Yep, for sure.
And imagining to be as good of a player as he is.
Yep. So I'm just going to jump over to the TO and help get the stream table and all that set up. But Sam, do you want to just do a bit of an introduction to yourself? What do you do in the local scene down in Canberra so people have a bit of an idea of who you are and what you're all about?
Sure thing, no worries at all. And please, guys in chat, please feel free to ask questions. Yes, as Scott mentioned, I'm Stan on here. I'm from Canberra, born and raised, and sort of been playing Warhammer off and on for a little while. Like, I guess a very traditional story. Everyone starts when they were a kid, then leaves, comes back, leaves, come back. My recent adventure was sort of end of 2018, so it was like towards the tail end of 8th edition, I think maybe 7th edition, one of the ones anyways. I got back into 40k, and yeah, I'm part of the, I guess, ACT scene, so I help run the Grim Games events here in Canberra, so it's like a series of RTTs, like 1 day smaller tournaments, so 3 rounds, and yeah, I'm just all about growing the community, honestly. So I'm part of the ACT 40k team, so which will be competing in the ANZ Team Champs, which is just over 2 weeks away, roughly exactly where God is streaming from right now, just a bit like 30 minutes in the other direction in Mandawi. And yeah, I'm just all about enjoying everything it's 40k, so celebrate the hobby for painting and sculpting and everything else, and then as well as just playing competitively. I really enjoy the tactical nuance that it is competitive 40k, and just doing my best. But yeah, I'm very, very excited. So this is my first time ever commentating over some live stream games or any sort of battle reports. So I'm excited to see how it goes. It'll be interesting to watch it play out in real time, because obviously you as a player, like, you like to think you know what is best, but obviously it's not always true. So it'll be interesting to see how decisions are made and how the tide turns, and hearing that commentary and feedback from the players as they go along. So if some rolls don't go as well as they expected, we'll see how they react to it. Or things roll hot, we'll see how both players react, and it'll be fantastic to hear. How's everybody doing in the chat? Having a good Sunday morning? Or what, Saturday night, wherever you are in the world, the big wide world. I know time zones are a weird thing for sure. Appreciate the kind words, plastic blasphemy. Yeah. So, it should be a good mission. This is a really nice, interesting mission to go. This is a Scotty stream, I assure you, foolish monk. This is Sam Lemin, so I'm just helping Scott commentate for today. So he's coming back. He's just talking to the TOs, or sorting some things out. Yes, foolish monk. There is obviously not to toot my own horn too much, but here in ACT Canberra, there's a fantastic community. I mean, it's got Scott in it. Surely it has to be good, right? So it is a very, very good community, in my opinion. Just everyone gets along, honestly. Like, there's no bad eggs. There's no ill will, ill intent, and if there is something that goes wrong, we're happy to have a chat and discuss things. So, and it's a growing community. That's the biggest thing, right? As long as people are playing Warhammer, that's the biggest thing. I don't care if you're doing it casually, for Crusade, for open play, whatever you like to play. As long as you're playing, that's good. It grows the hobby, grows interest. And look, obviously, life itself is hard enough. Let's just give everyone the chance to play and enjoy themselves. Very nice. Well, I'll look forward to seeing you sometime, foolish monk. Please feel free to message myself. So I'm in the Scotty D49 Discord, and always happy to set up a game if time works out. Yes, exactly, Cuss. Yeah, he's just kind of dapping himself up. I heard the two-piece suit, at least already right now, wasn't fancy enough, so he has to make it a three-piece at least. I mean, that waistcoat isn't like, that's just poor, right? I mean, how much do we need? How much do we have to pay Scott to get a monocle and everything as well, right? And a monocle and a top hat, you know, a cane, make him look really, really dapper. But yeah, as you see on screen now, so that as they're moving the objective, so this is sort of how Recover the Relics, so mission number 11, this is what we're playing first round today. It's sort of played out, they've got those three little triangles up on either side. It's a relatively defensive mission. Like, normally some people play it pretty cagey, like you just normally traditionally secondaries taken are like stranglehold, raise the banners high, and then maybe to the last, or if there's some uninteractive secondary like sisters, like a leap of faith is done. Sometimes you can do that, or purifying ritual for Grey Knights. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. Alternatively, on the other end, someone from this game has to be the aggressor, like, unless they want to just draw out a 10-10 and just so, and then score as high as they can, and maybe someone edges it out. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Is this WTC layout, as Cuss 40k said? I believe so. So 99% it should be WTC layout. So the guys, shout out to the Down Under 40k crew. They're the ones that have supplied a lot of this terrain in preparation for the ANZ team champs. And yes, they are WTC compliant layouts. I think maybe there might be like a terrain piece or so short, maybe, but it should be all WTC layouts, all WTC rules and everything. So my understanding is Adam Napier from South Australia supplied all the terrain, so thanks to him. And the boys are very hard at it, cutting and painting and doing everything for it. So on other tables, there might be some of the other uprising terrain. For the most part, though, it should be very, very similar. So it should be all WTC layout and terrain, so which is the World Team Championship terrain layout. So for people who are unaware, it's generally an international competition that's held in August this year. So only held once a year, and all each country in the world is invited to, I guess, bring 8 of the best Warhammer players for an 8-man teams event, and it's supposed to be a great, great event. So previously is known as the ETC, known as the European Team Championships. And this year is the first year of actually the World Team Championships, which is a bit of an independent per se event. So Neil Kerr, Ishik, and Tom who are helping host the event. So yeah, it should be really, really exciting. So it's August 2022 this year. So and Australia, of course, is sending a team. So actually, it's funnily enough. So Chris Wright, who's part of the Sean His Xenos Friends team that you'll see in round 1, he's part of the Australian WTC team. So there's only 8 players and plus some coaches and assistants along the way. So looking forward to see how the lads go. And wishing all the best of luck. I'll definitely be watching and paying attention for sure. And basically, it's a very similar event to what this one is, except instead of 5-man teams, it's 8-man teams. Love Neil. Yeah, Neil's a very good man. He sounds like a top bloke. So, very interesting life for people who are unaware. He's sort of helped coach like professional rugby, and like he's traditionally, oh, I'm going to get this wrong. I know it's Irish, Scottish, or Welsh. Now I think it is Irish. Sorry, apologies, Neil. Hopefully he doesn't really listen to this, but he's living in Sweden right now. Actually, funny enough, he and his wife and have a young child. They live in Sweden, so helping develop the Swedish scene. And he's the official WTC judge, and so has been the head TO or head judge for that WTC format for a long, long time. And like a very good dude. If you want to hear more from him, like he's done a couple of podcasts and stuff like that, and as well there's 40k Game Changers, with Steve Joel, the man, the myth, the legend from New Zealand. He did an interview with him, so to talk about his life and what made him and some other friends develop the WTC. So, yeah. So where are people joining us from around the world? So Cuss is having a good Saturday night, so I assume somewhere maybe in the European time zone, maybe American time zone. And also appreciate everyone shooting in. Obviously, this is fantastic for you guys showing support to Australian Warhammer and Scotty D49 in particular. So I appreciate the kinds of words. Townsville, very nice. Holding up in Queensland, very nice. Plastic Blasphemy. UK, very nice. Thank you, Cuss. So who are your favourites for this round? So obviously we know the Vic Bulls are playing Sean and His Xenos Friends. Who are you feeling? Like, who's got the edge here? So both teams are very, very good. They've got both very competent players. Who do you think's got the edge here? Obviously, the Victorians have taken a bit more non-traditional lists in terms of they've got some chaos shenanigans going on. But then also, look...
Alrighty, chat. And Sam.
GFC.
Sorry, mate, I didn't check my headphones in time to give you a heads up. Tables are set up in terms of the objectives. They're just adjusting terrain. They're not far off doing the pairings either. So we are going to leave the terrain as it is and then mix it up. Cuss, you can see the list on Best Coast pairings, but once the pairings have been chosen, they'll also be posted up in the Discord under tournament lists, and Sam is kind of going to be helping us out with that. Alright, so looks like everything's looking to be going well so far. But yeah, I'm excited to bring you these top table coverage for you guys. These are the 2 undefeated teams, so it's pretty much going to be the next best thing in terms of how things are going. And so yeah, we're just waiting for the other captains to be finished and ready to go. And then, then we'll get things underway. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well as well. It's going to be not as big of a day as yesterday, but it certainly will hopefully still be a good one.
How's the throat doing, Scott? Like,
It's
12-hour stream?
It's probably not as sore as it would have been if I was solo yesterday, let me tell you that.
I'm sure you definitely appreciate the help of Dale Sumner from Down Under 40K.
He did such a great job yesterday. For his first time doing any commentary, he did a phenomenal job just bouncing back and forth. So definitely if we're going to have him If I've got any other events coming up that I'm not having a commentator for, it's only a single day, I'll probably hit him up again and see if he wants to join, because he did a great job. Particularly around like knowing the players as well. Like he had some great insights on some of the players. So I'm just kind of keeping my head up, just waiting to see what the go is with the pairings, ladies and gentlemen. We're not far off starting the round, but it looks like we've got the captains almost ready to go. And I'll pop back in a second, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. For also anyone unaware, I'm posting the list slowly but surely into the general chat of Scott's Discord, and the link up above will provide you the list as well. So, should be interesting. So, we have quite a little diverse thing. So, as Scott mentioned before, so Chris Wright, he's playing a Surioni, so Craftworld. So he's got a Halo Doom Masterful Shots one. So 6s to hit with shuriken weapons, automatically wound, and counts as a 6 to wound, which in Eldar is significant as it means it's basically an additional 2 AP. So it's fantastic and helps skew the map a little bit there. So he's got a bit of a smashy list there. Then we got Tyler on Genestealer Cult, a Twisted Heilix list, which is very balanced, very all over the shock. Apologies. So very well balanced and plays the mission very well and plays the secondary game very well, and does just Genestealer Cult things. Then we got Sean Kamali, who's Grey Knights, which is a bit of a small, like I guess a more traditional list now that you're seeing. They've dropped all the Dread Knights basically, except dropped all the Dread Knights instead of what you would previously see 4 or 5 of them, and it's just a bunch of MSU stuff. So some strikes. A big brick of paladins, which I think I've traditionally seen combat squad into small units. And then we've got 3 lots of 5 interceptors and a purgation squad. So a lot of MSU units that help trade up and play the mission very well. So, and then just do GK things in terms of psychic. And then we've got Will Anderson, who's been funnily enough, actually a long time Tau player. Not someone who's just switched onto the army. He's got triple breaches, triple devilfish, all far side enclaves, and then 2 lots of battle suits. So with big bricks with plasma rifles and Tau flamers at times. So a good shoot your face off sort of list. And actually far side enclaves. He hasn't tried to cheat us with some far side enclaves allied world shenanigans. So pretty nice list. And then some Vespids and Kroots just to play the mission. So a nice balanced list there with some shooty elements.
I'll give you guys a hand, but yeah, we'll finish this before pairings. Yeah, we'll just finish setting the tables up before we do the pairings.
Okay, you need a hand or?
Potentially. Do we have a sheet for this one yet? What are you guys working off? Okay, what table? 11, table 3.
This one's been done.
Yeah.
It's just those 2.
Yeah.
You guys can actually do the pairing.
Alright, cool.
I've got it, Forrest. Table 3. No, hang on. This is how we do these things. Table 3, mission 11. Where you go.
Hey, one of my dice.
As you hear on stream, that's Chris Wright, so talking through some of the pairings.
Someone found one of my dice.
Keep putting down the
Pen. Oh.
You guys have got a score sheet there, too easy.
Their team name.
It's great.
Sean and His Xenos Friends, right? SEAN. Alright, boys.
Alrighty. We can start. Yeah, I know what we're starting with.
Who's got a dice?
I
There's a
don't have
dice.
a dice.
Mouse from dice right there. Oh, sorry.
And a 6.
Classic blasphemy. That's sadly sort of just
does
normally
it
how he
work? We get first
speaks,
table
is
pick.
he
Sorry,
relatively
if I
quiet.
pick first table, we'll get first table pick, you'd get second and third, would get fourth, or is it we get first and third?
We've just been alternating.
Okay, so we'd get first and third. We'll pick first table then.
Okay.
So We are leagues ahead of you with having
Yeah, I
magic
know.
cards.
Look at our premium.
Okay. So they've put up Lee on the Craft World, and we've put up Tyler on the Genestealer Cult. So we've got to think of two things to go into that. So let's go confer with the rest of the team. So yeah, you'll be waiting a sec.
That's premium.
Okay, guys. So the first thing they've put up is Lee on the Eldar. We've
yeah.
put up Tyler.
No.
So I think it's not going to be Forrest. That's for sure. Yeah, so he gets to pick the table, so this is where it gets rough. So I think I'm a fine option. I think I have an advantage in the matchup. Him picking the table makes it a little worse, but I think it's still fine. Sean is okay, but not the best when he's not picking the table. Will is okay. You've got Iridium suits in all your units.
No, they won't take.
Who has better matchups in other spots? Where's my phone
right.
go?
They might,
No, I think it's these two.
they might take Dean's take it with Chris.
All right. It's those two.
So Will had a bit better matchups. Sean's,
Whoever.
yeah. So we might go with
Whoever
Sean
isn't
because
in
Will
there
has better
and-
matchups at other places.
It's just the best we've got, mate.
Yeah, none of the
So
tables
as you
are
hear
that
there,
wide,
people, so not trying to
Alright,
talk
we
over
happy to
Chris, so
go with those two?
the discussion they sort of have with the pairing. So one of the big things about teams events is you can sort of pick
Yeah.
your matchups and
Boom.
avoid certain lists or
You can have me if you want
tailor
me.
into certain
I know you
lists.
want me. So T-Sons and Nids.
So,
Yeah. So
me.
let's wander over again a bit.
Literally the
So
opposite
obviously that's
everything
not what we're
we're
hoping
talking
for, but
about
it's
all
fine. So T-Sons
I'm
was
taking
your
that one. That's
one
good.
you had is red, the Nids is orange. I think
We're
leaving the
bullying.
T-Sons
We're
on
not
the whole,
covering.
we're not too bad into the T-Sons,
So,
and we feel a bit worse into the Nids. Yeah, and I think you would prefer the Nids. Yep.
So as the discussion now, so
so,
basically the opposite team
yeah,
have
we'll
offered up two
go
different
into
lists
the
to pick from.
I knew you wouldn't.
I chickened out, yep.
Yep, so Tyler, you'll get the first table pick against the Tyranids,
Holy shit.
and then Sean will go into the GK.
Have you got the other?
Oh yeah, you can have this if you want.
This is high quality tech, mate.
Yep.
You're gonna have that one back.
So Sean, you'll be playing Lee, he'll be picking a table for you. So do you want to, oh, Tyler, go pick a table. A lot of shooting, so they've got all those warriors with the death spitters.
You've
So
got
lots
the
of
GSC,
shooting.
which is premium. Just remember that, Relic. As you know, he's gonna go pick a table.
Great.
We've got to go pick a table, yeah? I've got to go pick a table. So, Grey Knights.
And the Nids are gone. And then Tyler's gone.
This one over here. No? Yep.
Right here.
Yeah, mate.
What was that, sorry? B, yep.
So I've taken one
so
D
let's-
over there because he's got forest and
Uh,
shit, which impede
Sorry,
him. Don't
if it's
affect
got,
me.
Tyler's picking B.
Yeah, I'm 1D.
I like that you both clarified that it was 1. You weren't just like, I'm going to go over to table group 3 and pick C.
Alright, and I'll get Tyler and Dave on stream.
Okay, so we'll be, I think, swapping the table layout.
We'll swap the layout
But
from that one over to the other one, yeah.
okay, so then the
So
next
next one will be-
one, yep, I know who we're
Yeah.
putting up next.
Yeah.
Okay, Forest on the Drukari.
You know, Reese on Tau.
Okay, so we have to put Tao and me. It's the options there. Rom.
Obviously. Yeah.
So Forest, your option. So you're picking table. Your
This is
options
good. This is
are
good.
CSM
Wrong.
or T-Sons.
So obviously.
So let's think
it's
about
just the Tau girl,
so,
which is
and then it was me and Will. into their... Lee, what'd you put up again?
Don't you have the paper in your hand?
No, you've got...
Oh, sorry. We put up Reese. Tao.
Okay, so their Tao is picking either me or
Professionals.
Will. So I've got all evens, so I'm kind of fine.
Well,
I don't really want to play
Obvious
Dean
thing,
on
that.
whatever table's left,
then
though. I'd
with-
much rather play Dean on a heavy
oh,
table.
this is premium.
We're
actually getting
you would
what
much
we
rather
want.
play Dean on a heavy table
Yeah.
too, so you would actually get to pick
Yes, we're
the
actually
table,
getting everything we want, right?
which is cool.
This is gonna be
So let's just think a little more.
Easier
Getting
or
Plague
Dean.
out of the way would be better for
100%
Will. It's not that much better though.
Well, it's also based on.
It's not that much
Then
better for
which one
Will.
of you faces Drukari and which one of you faces Chris?
I think we put you take the CSM because you get to pick the table, and yeah, you're probably looking to play defensive though. If when he gets into your threat range, you murder him. Don't forget the great enemy. When he's not in your threat range, you just sit there.
All right, mate, we've picked just here.
Yep. So Forrest is gonna take Dean because he isn't scared of Slanesh.
And we've got our Tao into Tao.
Yep. And I'll have Plague on the T-Suns, which I'm
Cool.
very keen to play because I want to test that.
Yeah.
That'll be good good prep for ATC.
All right, sounds good.
I imagine you want to prep it for ATC too. Like every team has Hail of Doom Eldar, so you need to
Yeah.
practice that.
All the bad teams have that. The good teams don't.
Turn off the mics when you're ready and just pop them on the side of the table.
All right.
What does turning off the mic look like?
Just hold it in.
Step one, can I get it out of my belt? Yes.
Cool. Awesome.
Okay, so yeah, I'll find out my table in a sec. So it was Forrest is picking, then you guys sort out the last. Have you got?
This becomes table 1A, doesn't it?
I don't know.
This becomes table 1A. The scoring?
The order doesn't really matter for scoring as long as
As long as they're all right. Yeah.
So yeah, as we heard there, ladies and gentlemen, the pairing. So we have Sean Kamali versus their Tyranid player. Sean Kamali being the Sean and His Xenos Friends team. Then we have the Genestealer Cult versus Craftworld Elder. Then we have the Tau mirror, so the Fish People mirror. So we got Tau versus Tau. And then we have Forrest versus on Drukari versus Dean and his Chaos Space Marines. And then we have Chris Wright on his Elder versus Thousand Suns, piloted by the great one in Matthew Clegg. So should be interesting. Should be very, very interesting. I think my initial impressions are, so the Tyranids are very, very good right now. So the Tyranids should get a pretty good win there against into the GK. I imagine like a 15-5 sort of win, if not more. So when we talk about teams, when we talk about 15-5, teams format uses a differential scoring. So for every 5 points you win by is a sort of a differential. So if I win by 5 points, it's called like 11-9. So I score 11 points and my opponent scores 9 points. So when I say 15-5, I imagine the Tyranids will win by another 5 or so points at least. So I think the GK versus Tyranids, the Tyranids have the matchup there, the favour, but I think it's going to be a big win for the Nids. So I think at least a 15-5, if not more, like a 17-3. GC versus Craftworld Elder, that's interesting. It's going to very, very depend. They're both very squishy in the grand scheme of things. So Genestealer Cult, you have to play your things right, and if you hit your charges, it's fantastic. If you don't, bad things can happen. But that's been piloted by Lee Abbey, who's a very good player from Victoria. So, and he's got a Craftworld list, which I believe is Allsway, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's interesting. It's going to be interesting. No, apologies. So it's a Children of the Open Skies, so add 1 to movement, add 2 if it's fly, and muscle shot, so ignore cover. So interesting. It's got 2 lots of Banshees, some Shining Spears, a bunch of Swooping Hawks, and Wind Riders with Scatter Lasers. Those Scatter Lasers are going to do work into any Genestealer Cult unit, so it's going to be a major focus for Tyler to knock them down for sure. So depending how things go, it can swing. If Tyler can get into combat and like charge and kill Scatter Lasers, he'll be really, really well. If he can't, then it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Then Tau vs Tau. Look, it's the Tau mirror. Traditionally, that's like a yellow matchup. So when you teams use like something called a traffic light system. So it's like red, yellow, green. Red being a terrible matchup, yellow being a okay matchup, but it can be very tight, and green being I am going to obliterate my opponent. Like I feel so good in this. So it should be interesting. And then the other, so then now we got the Tau vs Tau mirror, so they'll be tight. I don't know who has it favor in that one, but normally it'll be a yellow or it might swing one way or the other. It's never really consistent, like unless like things skew terribly. It normally should stay the same. And then, and Reese has a Borkan list, and he is running with a bunch of crew and some big crisis units, and a Storm Surge, so it should be interesting, that one. Yeah, it will be interesting. I couldn't pick that one for say. Drukhari vs CSM. Drukhari are normally pretty good into CSM bodies, but this is being piloted by Dean Steinbeck, who is a very good player. And it recently was undefeated at the Radicalism, which was a weekend or 2 weekends ago. And he's taking like a Terminator brick sort of build. But normally Drukhari do pretty good into like that sort of Space Marine bodies. But we'll have to wait and see how it all goes. Yeah, and then we've got Chris Wright versus T-Suns. Chris Wright with Halo Doom Masterful Shots build versus T-Suns, which is a bunch of 2-up save, like Terminator blobs. Chris is going to have to do a lot of work to get through his T-Sun bodies. They're not going to be easy, because he just doesn't have enough AP, unless he rolls a lot of 6s for a bunch of AP. He doesn't have a ton. But we'll see what happens, it'll be very, very interesting. Looking at it, it's going to be pretty tight. I think the clients are maybe paired a little bit better, just based on matchups. But it will be interesting to see. I think the big pivotal ones will be Chris and his T-Suns. Like, can he get a good win? I think so. Chris and his T-Suns and the Drukhari player have to get decent wins there, and then Tyler has to keep Class Worlds close, because I think the Nids versus Nids one matchup is going to be a bit of a blowout.
So I've got the pairings for you, Sam.
I have seen them. Yeah, I'm just fucking out. So you have Grey Knights versus Nids.
Yep.
Which is interesting.
No. GSC into Nids.
Yep. Oh, GSC into Nids. Okay.
Yeah. So it's going to be a mirror there. Grey Knights into Eldari. Drukhari into Chaos, which is Emperor's Children. Tau into Tau, so a mirror. And then Eldari in 1,000 Suns.
Very interesting. I was talking about Grey Knights versus Nids, GSC versus Craft Worlds.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So this is going to be a game where you're going to have a bit of expertise being a Nid player yourself, Sam.
Yeah. So is this all we're having on stream? Is the GSC versus Nids?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, so Premium Heilix right now is a very, very, very good table. In this match, like, it's going to be interesting. I think Tyranids definitely have the upper hand right now. Tyranids they're just so powerful. They deal so many more wounds and psychic, and they just have such a good protective power. They don't shoot insanely well, but they'll just have a lot of volume, a lot of good profiles into GSC, and GSC is very soft, but Tyler is a very, very good player, and GSC play that secondary game and the mission very, very well. I imagine Tyler plays.
Yeah,
one for next round for you.
Yeah, alright, great, cheers. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how the Genestealers go, particularly after seeing what Ben was able to do last night against Adeptus Sororitas. So, just going to add in the player names, just so we're all good to go on that front. So yeah, Tyler, as you've said, is a great player. And it's going to be, Genestealer Cult into Nids is going to be a very interesting game, I reckon. Just purely based off the fact that there's potential for Nid-on-Nid action with the Genestealer Cults if they've taken Genestealers themselves. But if not, it could be different. Whilst I'm just wrapping up the final few things with the players, Sam, do you want to run through the lists for chat so that we know what each player is going to be bringing to the table for this game?
Yeah, that's absolutely no worries at all. So I'll run through each list and I'll post them up actually in the Twitch stream right here, and I've also posted them up in the Discord for everyone to see. So Tyler Visser, so he's running. Tyler Visser, he's running Genestealer Cult, as we were mentioned, and Twisted Heilix. So big thing about Twisted Heilix is +1 strength, +1 move, and it's got like a mini transhuman, so you can't be wounded on 1s and 2s, which is kind of helpful for your very soft bodies. He's got a Patriarch with massive Patriarch with some powers. I sadly can't remember everything here, but it's a relatively durable Patriarch, so mass hypnosis and mental onslaught. So one of them being, I think you can't overwatch or set to defend, one of those sort of ones. I got a Primus, so that Primus will give out buffs of reroll hit rolls on 1, put in the command phase, or reroll a wound roll. We got we got some Acolyte hybrids, so we got a big blob, so 4 heavy rock drills, which is some good anti-tank, anti-durable stuff weapons. So we got 2 lots of 10 here. One's a time is 9. So, which is a +1 attack on the turn they charge, and then a trap sprung, which I believe is the 3d6 deep strike out of reserves. So, Genestealer Cult have a bunch of shenanigans, basically. If you've never played against Genestealer Cult, there's a bunch of shenanigans and fun things you can do. I'll triple check that one. But he's got 2 blocks of 10, so with 4 heavy rock drills in each, Acolyte hybrids. But he's got a little 5-man unit of Acolyte hybrids with 2 hand flamers in them, so they're just 2d6 a d6 shot flamer, strength 3, no AP, damage 1 weapon. Then he's got a 5-man unit of Acolyte hybrids with hand flamers, which are lying in wait. So that's a power where when they deep, they can come in just outside 3 inches away instead of the traditional 9 inches away. Or with Genestealer Cult, they can come in 6 inches away and not charge, or 8 inches away and still be able to try and charge. So that 5-man hand flaming unit, the Tyranid player has to really account for and be careful about. So, and then we've got another like little small 5-man unit of Acolytes with 2 hand flamers in them. We've got a 9-man hybrid metamorph unit, so with some hand flamers in there for 1 model. And then, so the hybrid metamorphs, the biggest thing about them, they're like Repentia or Wolfen, where they can fight on death. So that'll be a notable thing about this game. 3 lots of, so then we got the big most important thing. So we got a unit of 10 Genestealers with They Came From Below, which is at the start of the game, they can do a pre-game move or go back into Deep Strike instead. A unit of 10 Pure Strain Genestealers, a unit of 9 Pure Strain Genestealers. These things absolutely slap. Heads up, Genestealers are my favorite unit in the entire game of Warhammer 40k, and these things are amazing. They come in like 4 attacks each, hit on 2s, at strength 5, AP 4, damage 1. They just absolutely slap. They are so good. We got some bridge runners with some missile launchers, a spotter and flare launchers. So we got 2 lots of 3 jackals, a Goliath truck, and they've got a Patriarch, some more jackals, which are the biker dudes, and more hybrids, and another truck. So I imagine Tyler will keep those Genestealers relatively safe, so he'll put like a blip down for one Genestealer to move forward, and then a bunch of the other Genestealers will just hide in trucks, and the other Acolyte hybrids will hide in trucks and just look to sort of punch and counter. So very traditional to the sort of early Drukhari builds where they had the pirates and boats coming out and attacking things. So it'll be interesting. In the Tyranid list, we've got the Hive Fleet Leviathan Battalion. This is being piloted by the great one in David Guvera, I believe is how you pronounce it. So Hive Fleet Leviathan, so biggest thing about them, they've got on their synapse creatures, they've got transhuman, so they can't be wounded on 1s, 2s, and 3s. And anything non-synapse, which I believe is only a couple of things in the list, they can only be wounded on, they can't be wounded on 1s and 2s. So this one's a pretty traditional list. I wouldn't say traditional list, but a pretty good skew list, I would say. So when we talk about skews, this is sort of something we see in actually teams events a lot more than you would in singles events, because you can sort of build to counter something. And it's like, look, then you ask people, can you deal with this? So in this one, we have the Neurothrope with Catalyst, which is a 5-up feel no pain to a unit. Hive Nexus, which gives the Tyranid unit a certain buff. We'll sort of explain as we go through the game. Onslaught, which allows advance and charge, or counters remaining stationary, basically for shooting. And then we've got some relics and warlord traits. We've got Tyranid Prime, which gives up rerolls, hits, wound rolls on 1 with dual Boneswords. Gestation Sack, which is like, it spawns some Ripper Swarms, which is kind of cool. And Direct Guidance, which gives +1 to hit. Then we've got very, very simple. So we've got 5 lots of 9 warriors, and each squad has dual Boneswords, 3 Venom Cannons, and 6 Death Spetters with Adrenal Glands, which gives +1 to move and +1 strength. These warriors, so they're T5, 3 wins apiece, and they'll have transhuman, and they're very, very hard to deal with. And they have they have a 4-up save, so when they get shots through them, they will like crumble and take wounds, but man, that's like 27 wounds of a lot of stuff. And you add Catalyst on there, which is a 5-up feel no pain, it's going to cause a lot of hard. It's going to be hard to deal with. So it'll be interesting. Then we've got 2 lots of 3 Zoanthropes with Psychic Scream in each. So these Zoanthropes are going to smite and do a lot of mortal wounds coming up. Then we've got a Pyrovore, which is just a weird little thing that just shoots some flamer shots, which is kind of cute. And then 2 lots of 3 Venoms. So these Venom Thropes are just a bubble of -1 to hit, basically. So these warriors are basically, imagine how David's going to play this game is he's going to push these warriors into the middle and sit in an objective and ask Tyler a question: can you deal with my bodies? So it's going
very
to be
standoffish. I'm not going to bite you.
No, it's all good. It's a big process that I've already 12 hours.
Yeah, it should be an interesting game. It'll be very, very interesting. So Tyler probably has the speed in this matchup, so he can, with his Genestealers, they can automatically advance and charge naturally. So he has the matchup in this sense to be able to actually deal with the warriors. So far enough, obviously Street Fighter and P5, it doesn't matter if you're transhuman. So Tyler will be able to use those Genestealers and with a volume of attacks go into those warriors. I know they start with 4 attacks, but Genestealers can go up to 5 attacks apiece. So 50 attacks hitting on 2s and wounding on 4s, like that is quite a bit of damage that can come through with AP4, and if he doesn't have the invulnerable saves on them, so for one battle round or with Hive Nexus, he can give the warriors a 5-up invuln or Catalyst, which is the 5-up Hero Pain. He can do a lot of help there, so those will tube for the warriors, so David's got to be very careful about those pure strength things still, for sure.
So what secondaries?
Alrighty, I am back, ladies and gentlemen.
I've got a secret one.
So it's gonna be good. So we've just had to change things up, and Tyler's going to be spending that CP to hide
So when do I just
hide the objective again.
Okay.
So he'll let me know. So yeah, what do we think? Unpaid terrain. Totally not paid. I know Hayden, being the TO, really busted himself to try and get the terrain done. He got all the containers done, but there was just no chance. So unfortunately, all the MDF stuff is the same across the event. It is what it is. Unfortunately, prepping for an event as one man is huge. It's a mammoth effort. So the fact that he's got 300 containers done is really good. It's really good to see at a baseline effort. But yeah,
it's fantastic effort, and like these WTT layouts are very dense and kind of clean, so no fault to them at all. Look, it is what it is, but at least look, hey, we have train. Let's imagine we're on a game racing, right? Like just some nuts going over and moving right through it all the paint away, right?
yeah.
I think maybe let's go like -10 battle ready points to the TA, right? Let's keep it -10
Yeah. So yeah, the guys are just choosing secondaries at this moment. So I guess let's get a prediction going in chat for you guys, so you get to see how everything's going. Right. Okay, that's gonna be. No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, brother. It happens. Alrighty, I've just got to fix a technical problem. I'll be back in a second, everyone.
Yeah, so what do people think? So, being through the matchup, what do you think how do you think this will turn out? So, this is a big skew list in terms of the Tyranids. It's a bunch of warriors with some shooting elements, and then some Boneswords, which will slap some things. But how do you think this will go into the GSC? So I think whatever they kill, whatever they touch, they will kill. But can they even touch the Genestealer Cult? Obviously, on this relatively dense board. And while we get those predictions in chat going, Scott talked about Tyler. Yeah. So what Scott talked about before was that the GSC player is hiding a secondary. So for 1 CP, the GSC can actually hide their secondary, similar to how Dark Angels can hide one of their secondaries. So traditionally, this is a unique one, and basically it is revealed as soon as it's scored for the first time. Some unique, really cool ones is like Assassination, which you don't score technically until the very end. No prisoners is one you don't score to the very end. To the last is one, and then sometimes you can just try and do one like which is a bit tricky and like maybe you don't reveal it until the very end. So like if you really want to, you could like try and do Venom's Warp Ritual or something like that, which is like do a psychic action in the middle. But yeah, it'll be very, very interesting. So I'm excited to see how this goes. I don't know, and To the Last is obviously one I think I mentioned before, which he could hide. So that is something he could hide. I think looking through Tyler's list, if he did take To the Last, it would be his Patriarchs and his Ridge Runners, which is pretty cool. So actually, there would be technically a pure restrained Genestealer unit at the same cost as a Patriarch, but I imagine he'll take it on the Patriarchs instead of the Genestealers. Those Genestealers are going to be used as training pieces for this game. Yeah, shout out to the Good Games Maitland dude. So these are the people running the event. So Cal and Jacob, who are part store owners of this, they're fantastic people. And so I highly recommend anyone visiting the Good Games Maitland store. They have a good space, and they're very kind enough to host these events and put a lot of effort into Warhammer 40,000. As well as other tabletop games, I should say. So I know they have a very good Age of Sigmar scene there. They have a good Dungeons and Dragons scene there, as well as like Magic the Gathering and some other trading card games. So good shout out to Cal and Jacob of Good Games Maitland. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm really looking forward to this game. I know I initially predicted that it was going to be a big blowout for a Tyranid, but knowing this is like a warrior skew build, it's not going to be as bad. I think Tyler has to play this almost perfectly though. If the warriors see the Genestealers, they're just going to die. Like just strength 5 AP 3 damage 1 shooting from the Death Spitters is just going to blitz through everything they shoot. So yeah, Tyler's going to have to play this tight for sure.
So the biomorphs I can choose before each game. I can pick one of and adapt my thing. So. Sorry?
I broke my bike accidentally.
Oh, did you?
I'm not made out for stars.
Yeah, super interesting. I'm not sure what Tyler's going to take. I think with the train, he's probably not going to be able to honestly get into the face of things as maybe as you'd like. So I imagine he might be taking engage on all fronts. Hiding a secondary makes me think he's taken To the Last, or maybe he's taken no prisoners just to score points, which would be 27 times 5, so 100 points, 7 times 5, 35, 135, so plus all the other stuff, so there'll be a full 15 there offer for Tyler to do. So probably taking engage on all fronts, maybe no prisoners I imagined, or To the Last, and then maybe retrieve Nakmendata would be my other guess, or maybe he takes banners.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, so the lapel mic for Tyler should be fixed, and we should have his audio coming through nice and clear. Sam, can you just confirm that for me?
So I haven't actually been hearing. I've heard some background noise, but I can't confirm if that was Tyler per se. Hopefully, you can hear it. We'll hear it all on the way. Hopefully.
All right.
Or just do a test, and I can confirm for you if you like.
So I mean, I'm up. Yeah, Yeah, so it's any of these to just pick before the game. One of them is the heroic intervene as well.
Yeah,
so
which one are
I
you-
might pick that as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Five
hear
bucks
that. So
blind
hear the
and
heroic
intervention,
intervention.
is that the-
Pick
So
up
the
anyone
5
on before the game.
synaptic
So
thing.
yes.
So for one battle round, I'd say I'm going to pick that.
For a unit or the whole, everyone was synaptic link?
Yeah, I can hear both of them
so
now,
everything
so.
within synaptic range. So it's the Xenothrope.
Alrighty, we got the players' mics all fixed then. That's awesome. Thanks for that, Sam.
So I can spread them out and everything.
So, I'll go over and grab their secondaries, and I'll be right back after fixing that technical
So yeah, got
difficulty
Relic
team.
as well. So all spec scan Relic.
Yep.
And just so much new stuff that it's just like. And the Prime, yeah. Prime can give a unit 1+1 to hit.
Yep.
Just pick a unit. The Gestation sack for the Prime, which means he just poops out some Ripper Swarms.
Yep, cool. And Obsec, are they?
Ripper, nah.
No, cool. You can see my inexperience showing.
Mate. Preaching to the choir here. I'm looking up stuff so I can tell you.
So over here,
Alrighty, team. So,
we're going to have 9.
I've got the secondaries
And my
for
primary.
both gentlemen.
Yep. And then the 10 drill.
So, we are looking at, for Tyler with Genestealer Cult, he's taken Engage on all fronts, retrieve data, and a secret objective.
With bare bones. And then the 2 flaming units.
So, we'll get those up for you.
Guys and the guys who can deep track 3 inches away. They're all going to deep track. Yep. So GC can come away 6
So
inches.
I think that's kind of interesting. It's very similar to what Ben was running yesterday in terms of his secondaries.
8 charge?
Actually, it's exactly the same, let's be honest. It's the exact same in terms of what he was playing
Should we
with.
just roll somewhere else just to annoy you?
Yeah, I was going to roll table too. Like 6.
Look.
I'll go get a maybe a
Oh, and then?
Yeah. So and who was the Tyranid player taken? I think it's apologies.
Engage and retrieve data.
Oh, sorry for the Tyranid player.
Oh, Tyranids. Sorry, I haven't gotten to that yet. So, in terms of for Dave's secondaries, he has taken Grind Them Down, Banners, and Stranglehold. So he wants to kill more units than the Genestealer Cult player does, and wants to hold more objectives. And then Banners instead is really an interesting one. I mean, it is an opportune time to take it, particularly on a 6 objective board, because he's got that ability to get 3 on turn 1 and then really rack up 3 points, then score it at the end of the game to potentially fully max it at 15.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Grind Them Down is an interesting choice, and Stranglehold is a bit tough in this mission. So, looking at the board though, like, see those massive ruins, so up the very top here, that's all lines like locking in the containers. The GC player can hide little small janky units behind these little pieces and not give Dave and the Trinity player line of sight. So it's going to be pretty hard to get Stranglehold. But the big key part of the Stranglehold is hold through and hold more, funnily enough. So
yes,
it'll be very, very interesting to see how this goes. And then Grind Them Down, look, it makes sense that obviously David's got a bunch of big bricks, and as long as he kills like maybe 1 or 2 units, it's going to be very, very hard for Tyler to
So I'll just show
kill
you
1 or 2
something as
units.
well.
But it's risky.
with
It's going to be very, very risky.
yeah, 100%.
So the
100% it
Venom
is.
cannons have got the green on top.
And so,
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, Scott, so obviously we know that Tyler is hitting London where he's. If you're a betting man, what do you think he's hitting? What do you think's the vibe he's hitting? Or what secondary do you think he's hitting?
well, I wouldn't be surprised if he does similar to what Ben Way did last night. There's a couple of good ones you could do. However, I will not say what those potentially could be, so I don't give it away for the game, because they're about 5-10 meters away from, only about 5 meters away from me. Sorry. So Sam, if you want to have some predictions, feel free to go ahead and do so.
Yeah, I think, I want to say, I think Tyler taking that as well. I want to say that's his biggest secondary, because, so doing the math, David does give it max for no prisoners, and no prisoners is scored at the very, very end. So think that's what he's taken. If he's took until last, it's not a bad plan, but I think he wants to use those good dragons and some patriarchs as an instead. So,
Yep.
I think that's what he's taken.
Right. So we have had a bit of a change in the terrain as well since the games yesterday. So you notice that there's only the 2 sets of containers. They're not 3 high as they were as of yesterday. We did change the table for these players, and also at the same time, you'll notice that we've got these pieces right here, and they're different to what we've had before. They're actually forests. So just bear that in mind. I know they don't look foresty, but they are forests. They're meant to have these hex MDF pieces coming out of them to signify the forest, but sometimes players just don't put them in because it's easier that way. So, I was also getting the prediction going in chat so that we can see who's going to win for this one, whether it's going to be Tyranids or Genestealer Cults. And so chat, you can bet your channel points on whichever list you think is going to do well in this matchup. I haven't actually looked at the list. I'm going to have a quick read of them myself, just so then I'm able to see what you guys have seen. I know, Sam, you've gone through it. What is your prediction? What do you think is going to come out on top here?
I think it's going to be hard. So I've already talked about before how Tyranids probably had the upper hand in like the traditional list with Hive cards and stuff like this. But with massive freaks of 2 warriors, it's going to be hard. And I think what the secondaries now that we know have been chosen, I think David might be limiting himself on some secondary choices in terms of stranglehold and grind them down. I think Tyler has to play this almost perfectly and play it as well. But if Tyler does so, and I know he's a very, very good player, I think Tyler has the upper hand. I think he's going to get a narrow win here. I think Tyler, I don't think it's going to be a big win, but I think Tyler's got like a 10-15 point win, like a 10-point win, maybe less than that, might be like 7. So
interesting. So for those of you, I'm not sure if Sam may have gone through this already, but for the team scoring differential, it's different to the actual game scoring. So for every 5 points the player wins by, it adds another point of difference out of a 20-0 score. So it starts off at a 10-10 if you're between 0 and 4 points difference. 5 to 9 is then it's a 11-9, etc., until you get to 20-0 at 51 plus, or 50 plus, I think it is. So now for this one, the deployment is hammer and anvil, just straight old school hammer and anvil, which if you're aware of this one, you'll know that these objectives, funnily enough, on the measurements are a 3-inch move out of the deployment zone. So you literally can be on it straight away within the first turn, just inch out of your deployment zone. And we can see that David, I believe, has won the deployments, where he's deploying first, and he's looking to place down some of those Tyranid warriors, kind of right in the center, right here. It's a good starting point, I think. And I was setting up this table with Carlos, and so what I noted was that these 2 buildings here have windows in them, and they're obscuring, yes, but they're not fully blocked out like the other buildings that are around the edges of the table. So it's going to be really interesting to see if David's actually able to get into combat with the Tyranids, and if Tyler's able to make use of the limited fire lanes he's got through both of those avenues there. Sam, are you seeing the green screen coming up as well?
Yeah, I am seeing the little red lines that you put on there. So yes,
brilliant.
So
yeah.
So yeah, exactly right. It's got like, so those smaller ones in the middle there, and then like on the bottom right and top left of screen for everybody, they have like little small windows in them. So basically they're still obscuring, but as soon as you start touching the train, then for each model in them, they draw a true line of sight, which when you think through a window, you can actually see people in it. So,
yeah,
it's a very nice way of like touching something that's being present on the other side or seeing through it. So it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. And then also, I mean, look, with David and his Tyranid warriors, he's only going to have so much space to put these big 9-man bricks. So, using those warriors, like you'll be able to touch them and see through. But it'll be interesting to see how this goes. I think I mentioned before. I think Tyler might. If I was a betting man, if Tyler plays a good game, I think he gets the win because this is the perfect profile of him. He's pure strength Genestealers with a volume of attacks, the perfect profiles into Tyranid warriors, as long as he doesn't whiff too badly. So it'll be interesting though to see what happens.
I mean, I'll go for it, Sam.
Sorry, apologies. And obviously, Tom, I was listening from the players before. So David said he hasn't. So David, the Tyranid player, hasn't played into GSC from the other thing. So that's a big thing because GSC is one of those armies where you need some reps into, or you need to know what they do because they do a bunch of janky shenanigans. Look, obviously Tyler is not going to be that sort of person to apply the information. He's going to be very vocal about how things are going, but some people just don't know what will happen. And you need to sort of experience that. And also, in retrospective as well, Tyler, from the sound of things, hasn't really played too much to new Tyranid, so that is definitely something to note. And it'll be very, very interesting to see how it plays out, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just looking at Tyler's list, and it's almost an exact replica of what Ben Way took last night again in his game and what he's brought to the event. So it seems like there's this very heavy build of Acolyte hybrids with the heavy rock cutters. The only thing I will note is that the Ridge Runners have got the missile launchers with 2 spotters and flares. It's honestly almost exactly identical to Ben Wayne's list in a lot of ways. I think the only way, it's got the metamorphs. It's virtually cut paste, to be honest.
So who copied who? Who copied who? Who copied who, Scott? No, I think it's a very good solid balance list. It definitely having those runners in there, plus some shooting with knives, and then I was telling the chat before, I love Genestealers. Like pure strain Genestealers and GSC are insane. They just do so much work. So.
Yeah. And the fact that there is 45 warriors on the field from David, and that's going to be that's over 1,000 points right there, is massive. And so something that I want to note is the tech choices of the Zoanthropes and the Venomthropes. So you can definitely expect the Venomthropes to kind of be running up parallel with the warriors to give them that cover. So from memory, you know this, Sam, that the Venomthropes, are the ones that give them it's either -1 hit or +1 cover benefit.
Yeah, it's -1 to hit. It's like a little bubble from cover basically. It's like -1 to hit.
Yeah.
So Venom could be the long, tangly things that look like little tops and little lashy things. So those would be the Venomthrope, and the big brain bugs are the Zoanthrope. So those are the ones. Big things about them. So for every model in the unit, they get plus that many to cast. So in a 3-man unit, they get +3 to cast their psychic power. And for Smite and Witchfire, I think it's just Smite, apologies. They get +3 amount of wounds if it goes off. So in a 3-man Zoanthrope unit, if you get Smite, you get D3 +3 mortal wounds, which is absolutely insane. And it's not actually it's not unreasonable that sometimes to get a super smite to D6 +3 mortal wounds, which is just so good. It is so good.
Yeah, 100%, man. And even it's interesting. There's a single Pyrovore in there as well, which is obviously it's a tech choice. And then he's got a Neurothrope and a Warrior Prime. There is no big bugs in this list. It's all small stuff. It's all 50 mils and smaller. So it's going to be... And actually, it's all infantry. So it can move through terrain. It can hide well. Morrisoli, welcome in, brother. How you doing? It's going to be really interesting to see. And I will try at times to get to the other tables to get a vibe of what's going on. I was chatting with Hayden, the TO, just before as well, and he has a couple of predictions. He reckons this game's going to be really tight. Grey Knights in Eldari, he reckons would be tight as well. Drakari in the Chaos would be interesting. Tau is a mirror match. And then Eldari in the Thousand Suns, he reckons that one would also be close. But I think, I think he said Chaos and Drakari would actually be Chaos's way, I think. But it's, again, these are the two undefeated teams. They're undefeated this event for a reason. And so I think across the board there may be one or two games that will decide it. The good thing is that Hayden did say that this is the Vic's team's round to lose. Like, if they're going to lose any round, it'll be this one. So, yeah, it's going to be crazy to see what happens. Still building terrain. Thought I'd get a breath. No, totally not panics. I'm guessing you're building terrain for ATC coming up next weekend. Exhort, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the chapter. Great to have you with us.
Yeah, that was interesting to hear from Hayden that he thought that Chaos Space Marines have an advantage into Zakari. I would always say the opposite, but like, what do you get a vibe as to what his thoughts were? Obviously, we know Dean Simax is a very good player. He taken at Radicalism the other weekend, so obviously there has to be something to his madness. And
I think because it's using so it's Slash Demons and Empress Children, Chaos Space Marines, right? That are using a lot of Noise Marines, and Noise Marines have got a lot of good stratagems to be able to do stuff with, such as double shoots and additional bonuses to the shooting and such. So I'm just going to quickly duck over to the camera and fix it up because it's been knocked over, which is what happens when you play Hammer and Anvil style deployment. So I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Sam, overall, why don't you share your thoughts out of all the pairings about which game you think is going to go which way?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But I think this game initially I thought that tuners would have the upper advantage, and they may still do. Like if Tyler plays a mistake or things don't go his way, I think the tuners will get a small win over here. But Tyler can keep it tight and play the secondary game very well. The Craftworld versus GK matchup, I feel favoured to the Craftworld, but it'll be interesting to see how Sean plays it. I think it's going to be like a 12 sort of win, 13-7. And then Chow vs Tau will get some mirror match. You never know. So one's got the triple breaches with triple bevelfish and some crisis suits. The other one has ball canvas, which you can turn off invons, with a storm surge and 3 big bricks of power suits. We'll see what happens. Gets Tau vs Power. We'll see what happens. And then Chris Wright on Half-World Elder versus the T-Suns. I think Chris will get the win there, but as Hayden and Scott mentioned before, I think it'll be a tight win. I mean, the big 30-man bricks of Terminators, they're not the easiest to get through. Chris is going to have to dedicate a lot of resources to actually chew through those Terminator bodies. And then last week we got the Drukari versus the Chaos Space Marines, like Emperor's Children list. So it'll be interesting. I'm not 100% sure how it'll go. I thought the Drukari would have the upper hand with the grotesques, and it's got the perfect bodies to deal with T-Force and stuff. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It'll be who can hit first for the most part. People in chat, what are your predictions? What do you think? How things will go? Obviously, we got the madman Matt Marcoli in chat. Thank you for joining. Hope you're doing well on this fine Sunday afternoon, on Monday and Sunday morning. Please feel free to put your predictions up above. But yeah, we see here, so obviously David's putting his Tyranid blobs sort of on the line and spreading them out actually pretty wide. This is good. I mean, he's sort of putting some resources towards the back. But it'll be interesting to see how he goes. So I think he'll start pushing forward. And see these jackals here from Tyler. So he's got them on the line. They have a pre-game rule of 6 inches. So it'll be interesting to see what he does. He can go one of two ways. You can sort of push them behind the train and sort of hide them and just score objectives and put a nice stranglehold very well. Or there is an option potentially if he wants to pre-game move in and try and move block on these warriors. But I feel like it's not worthwhile move blocking just at this point in time just yet. Because you can leverage the warriors then just to move up and then charge into the jackals and then use the piling and consolidate to really propel the warriors.
Yeah, he's coming through loud and clear.
So I think he's going to use those jackals just to hide behind terrain, potentially, most likely, and then score points and help try and deny things and just be there to help move block later on. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I think as soon as one or two of these games maybe skew, that's where it's going to really determine who gets the ultimate win here. So Tyler has to be careful and very precise in how he puts his units and make sure they're out of line of sight and avoids any shooting and avoids all the charges for the Warriors. And then David, in retrospective with the Warrior or the Tyranids, has to get those charges and get into the GSC space. And if he can eliminate the pure strain Genestealers early, that's really, really good for him.
Not as exciting on my end. Not as exciting on my end.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blips.
Bingo, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, also for anyone unaware, so Tyler has heavy rock drills and Macula hybrid. So these things are sort of unique in how they operate. So instead of normally hitting and wounding and saving throw, what happens is each time attacking with a weapon, if a hit is scored, it automatically wounds the target. And on a hit, for a hit roll of a 6, which causes 2 more wounds. So Tyler literally just has to hit the rock drill and it automatically wounds, which is kind of cool. So and the AP4 damage aiming 6s along the way also go a long way. So see what happens.
100% Sam, 100%. So I just had a brief look at the table and I can tell you that there's a bunch of blips here, a bunch of blips here. That's where I think there's about 5 blips there and I think there's about 4 there. So that's a whole lot of Tyler's army well hidden and not knowing what's going on. Whereas as you can see on this other side, David has pretty much deployed everything, and as you can see, he's got the Warrior Prime at the back there, and I think he's got the Zoes to go still, but there's honestly not that much left for him to be able to deploy. But it seems to be pretty, like, the line of sight blocking stuff is making a huge deployment ability for Tyler to hide stuff before he's able to then reveal it and move out. But then also for David to also protect his warriors from early deployment shooting. So I think we are going to see a bunch of action happen in this zone right here, where the 4 objectives are. I expect to see a lot of close combat in this zone, as well as a lot of trading of units to get objectives and stuff as well. So it's going to be, it's going to be something that's going to be good to see, and really interesting to see how, you know, the two Genestealer affiliated factions go up against each other. I guess out of the 2 lists, Sam, what do you think for yourself would be the standout unit? If you had to pick one unit from each army, what stands out to you?
I would be lying to say it would be the pure strain Genestealers. Like for GSC, like these are going to be very critical in this matchup. They've got the perfect profile for going to these Warriors, which is like the big part of David Army. David's Army asks the question, can you deal with Tyranid Warriors? So I think those pure strain Genestealers, sort of the 2 lots of 10 and 1 blob of 9, they're going to be very critical in this matchup. And Tyler's going to have to be careful in how he can do it. There is one, a unique Dragon, which is notable for we saw them all off there. I wasn't sure who won that.
I believe that was Tyler that won the roll-off to go first, but I will confirm that in a second. You keep on sharing your thoughts, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. So I think the pure strain Genestealers in this matchup are very important for Tyler, as they're the perfect profile to go into the Warriors. So with that, I think that's the important one. And then in respect to David, like, look, he lives and breathes off his Tyranid Warriors. Can these Tyranid Warriors get into combat and pick up some Genestealers, or can they shoot them off objectives? So I think that's going to be very, very important.
So that'll be for the game.
The Venom threats are nice, but they're not going to be super important in this matchup. Tyler doesn't have a lot of shooting per se, so he's got the edge runners. And like, the last one to hit against them is it's extra a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. And otherwise, the bunch of instances team for the most part, or the flames automatically hit, so it doesn't really make a difference at all. And then the Zona Threats are going to be nice, but they're not going to be important per se. Like, yes, it's a mortal wound, they're not going to kill you, but they're going to die anyway. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Looks like Tyler here, so as we mentioned before, he can pre-game move the Allen Jackals, these blacks. He's probably looking at potentially wanting to screen these out, so use them to sort of forward deploy and forward screen some warriors from forward movement. But we'll see what happens, see what blow he takes. I predict in the chat, I think you can use these just to actually hide behind the objectives, get them 3 objectives, and avoid any line of sight for driving them down. But we'll see what happens. Maybe he goes a different approach. Because I don't think he's close enough right now to actually make the most of the movement blocks. I think if anything, will allow David with Tyranids and Tyler to actually move up the board even further.
Yeah, so the thing with the Atlans is they do get a pre-game move as well.
Yes.
And something to note with the Twisted Heilix, because he's got Twisted Heilix as well as what the as very similar what Ben had, is that they are +1 strength from memory on everything, so which is actually really solid. I'm just pulling it up now just to confirm.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going the option of looking to potentially remove blocks and stuff.
Yeah.
So, let's see what happens. Probably advance things up. And look, it's a solid game plan. It's not lots of warriors from losing and really getting up the board. It also potentially denies them as well. If you can move far enough, I'm actually raising banners on these 2 objectives. So number 2 hit down the bottom here, like bottom right, and also the objective 3 for Scotty D49 as well. So unless you can get all the way across to deny the pyro, it's a really good way. Because one of the key things about raising banners is if an enemy is on the objective, you can't raise banners on it. So that's a really cute thing he's done as well.
Yeah, so something that I wouldn't be surprised if these Jackals go onto right behind here, and so it makes him have to come and deal with them to be able to get banners, so it denies banners for 1 turn, as you're saying. I also wouldn't be surprised if we see these Jackals actually do a massive movement block right along there. Not even, like, maybe toe on the terrain, not toe on the terrain, sorry, toe onto the objective, but absolutely stop these Tyranids moving up and through there instead by just being spread out right across there. And then the other unit, what he could do is do the exact same thing. So he effectively actually movement blocks one entire half of the table by just being like, here's a bunch of units that you have to deal with to even get onto this side of the field, giving him a lot more time to be able to do stuff and get other units in a position, like the Atlan Jackals that are sitting right behind, not the Atlan Jackals, sorry, the, what's that called?
The Ridge Runners, the Achilles Ridge Runners.
Yeah, the Ridge Runners, who get them into a position where they're able to lock down a lane of fire. I also wouldn't be surprised, because there is such a small fire lane down here, if the Ridge Runners move down and along here and make use of this very thin line here and deal damage to this warrior unit to start just chipping away at them. I'm not certain what the range is on the Ridge Runner. I will find out, so that we can...
With the mortars, I think it's 36 inches off the top of my head. So it's a decent... Actually, if it's mortars, it might be 48 inches.
So it's 48 inches for the heavy mortars, but they do not have the heavy mortars. They've actually got the Achilles missile launchers, which is strength 6, neg 3, 3 damage. So they're going to be able to kill a warrior outright every single time they manage to convert a wound. So with 14 inches of movement and only having a 60-inch board, with where they're placed, even though the back one's like right up against it, they might be able to get 2 of the 3 in range, maybe not all of them. I will note they are heavy weapons, so they can't actually use an advance and shoot unless they have an ability to make them count as stationary.
No, I don't believe there's any thing that allows them to do that. And also, sorry, I should have mentioned to the chat, so apologies guys. Sorry, apologies to everyone. So one of the big things about GC, and Scott mentioned before, are these blips. So blips, instead of actually deploying a unit, Genestealer Cult can do some cheaty shenanigans. And if you go first at the start of your, I guess, first turn, first thing, you put the units down in blips. So basically, this allows you to sort of put units where you actually want them after you get to see everywhere where your opponent deploys. In retrospect as well, if Tyler went second, what happens is David does all his command phase, his movement, and at the end of the movement phase, that's when Tyler puts all his units down. So it's a really cool way of, I guess, mitigating exposure, and like your opponent doesn't know where your units are. Yes, no, yes. So, yeah, we're talking about the mid-runner. So Ridge Runners, there is a 2 CP stratagem, so similar to Fire and Fade for Eldar, which is after you've done shooting, you can move 7 inches. So I wouldn't be surprised if that Tyler maybe uses that, maybe just to help remove some of the first units, but he doesn't have a lot of CP for remove, so he might just keep it safe. And notably, that 36 inches for the Ridge Runners, that's the exact same range as like the depth or the Venom cannons for the Tuner Warriors, so he might want to probably stay out of range of those and the Tuner Warriors.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look now to see how many CP he does actually start off with, just to make sure that we're all good. So by looks, he actually starts on 7 CP. And I'll get David's count as well.
Yeah, so it's a decent amount, but it's not a whole lot. So
no.
29. So one thing I imagine that Tyler will be leveraging a lot is called Return to the Shadows. So it's after you've done combat, and then instead of consolidating, as long as you're more than 3 inches away from another enemy model, you can literally return back into peaks, right? And it's just a really cool way of like getting into the combat, smashing something in the face, and then go right back into the sky. Similar to like old Tyranids now have
yep.
Oh my gosh.
A lot of factions do have it as well now. In terms of doing that, bringing something off the table once it's already on the field and bringing it back in again.
Yeah, so really good out of some things like encircle the prey, so you can use it as a burrowers or a fly unit. So this will be the Zoanthropes in this matchup. They can, at the end of the very turn, like after you've done this story, you can go back up into the sky, ready for next turn for a natural strike. So alternatively overrun for them, so instead of consolidating, they can just do a normal move instead. A really cool way of getting further moving.
Yeah, 100%. So, as you can see, he's done those advancements, but he's dealing with all of his blip units first in terms of his movement. So we can see in that top left-hand corner, he's placing out a bunch of units, and I think we've got one of the units of Genestealers sitting behind here. We've also got another unit right here as well. So, I guess in terms of secondaries, to really like kicking things off, we've seen that David's gone with grind them down, so he wants to kill at least one more unit than what Tyler can. Now, at the end of the day, there's going to be a bunch of trades happening here, and if I can, I'll quickly count up how many units there are in Tyler's list.
The answer is infinity, Scott. The Genestealer Cult list has infinity number of units. There is many units. But yes, it's a good pick, but I think I was worried on this layout that wouldn't be able to actually see all these Genestealer Cult units. So, look, I think he's going to definitely get turn 1, because as we envision, if you want to put on the telestrator, so Tyler's going to put these jackals up to the very, very front and just help screen out these warriors, basically, essentially what he's going to do. But I imagine David, his turn 1 when he gets the turn, he'll kill all 3 of these bikes, and so he'll grind them down that way, because there's no way I can see Tyler killing all those 3 Trinity units. Yeah, and then but it denies him raise the banners, which is 2 points. So
yeah, 100%. And as we're just hearing, Tyler just rolled a 1 for an advance on those jackals that he's moving up from here, but he's going to be doing exactly what I thought, and he's going to be he's going to be doing that move block. Now I will note that David's list is Hive Fleet Leviathan, and I will also note that I'm relatively certain that they aren't using the current codex, they're using the older codex, because we still have not gotten the release of the newer codex here in Australia as of yet.
No, it's definitely using a new codex, Scott.
It is?
Yeah. So this one is in line with sort of like, this is a preparation from the Team Champs, which is like 2 weeks away, and this is using the new codex, so...
Right, okay.
Yes, yeah. Otherwise, all these warrior bobs wouldn't be nearly as scary or as good as they would be.
Yeah.
And we know that as well because of just what sort of stuff has been taken in terms of in the list. So we had the Boneswords.
Yeah, okay.
We had the points, like the Fireball being 30 points each, and then the Hive Nexus and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I wasn't certain because I did see that the TO did post up saying that, you know, that the Crusher Stampede wouldn't be allowed and hopefully Leviathan supplement would be, but wasn't sure if that was still with the new codex or not at that point. So they are about to grab a TO. But as we can see, we've got the Ridge Runners there. Is it going to be enough for this unit to then also block that section off? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see, I guess. It's just going to be really interesting to see what's going to happen here.
yeah, we'll see. I don't. It's scary. Like, it'll be interesting to see what happens. So I think from here now, David will be able to get into combat. Like, he'll pick up these jackets pretty easily, and then he'll be able to leverage those islands and solids to really get a free move. Hopefully, he can overrun again on the warrior brutes.
Just right, if you do an action.
See what happens. I don't know if it's the right play, but look, it's a play that I was taking. We'll see if it pays off. Look, it is denying him raise of Anakai. I definitely agree with that. And it's also denying straight total sense. Because where David has to deal with these lots of rights, there's no way he can get to the Genestealers and the stuff on the objective of the crates to deny stranglehold. So it is essentially, I guess, a 5-point turn in terms of raise damage of 2 and stranglehold being 3. So we'll see what happens. We'll definitely see what happens. And this is sort of, I guess, by moving blocking here, he helps prevent set up for turn 2 as well, where those warriors have to still move out and get up to things.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And as you can see, I believe they did get a TO ruling for where they actually, in terms of the distance there, so because of the distance there, the Ridge Runners actually probably aren't able to move around because of the engagement range. Quite possibly, and so yeah, that means that it's a little bit of smart deployment there from Dave, but also something that means that there's only kind of one free avenue that he can move through as well. BKM, thank you so much for the follow, and welcome to the chapter. I hope you're enjoying the coverage, my friend. So yeah, let's see what Tyler's going to be doing now as he goes into a shooting phase.
Are they? It's black or
If you tell you're a death point player, because the most important phase are on all, the psychic phase. I mean, come on, son.
Oh, that's true. Psychic phase is still present there for Genestealer Cult because he does have the Patriarch there that he's able to use, being a Brood Lord effectively, but you know, it's a different name for the Genestealers, as you would say.
Yeah, the Patriarch. So you touch on this, you can see from which is -1 attacks and 5 marks, and then mental onslaught, which is a bunch of more units. And then Might from Beyond actually gives you a punch out, which is really cool.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be casting anything, but good to know.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Right, so they're not troops.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried here, Scott, for Tyler. Like, I think I get the plan, or relative to mine for golden burners, but I feel like, because it's still such a movement for the Warriors to get through, and with Papara consolidates, with Vincent overrun, I feel like you're just giving the Warriors further leverage to so many changes. Yeah, I know, right? It's ridiculous. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I'll get my gauge point.
I mean, how many CPs overrun?
1 CP.
Yeah, look, but it's only 1 unit. So really the fact that, you know, there's not much that is going to be able to be done if it goes down this way. I think the best advantage that David could use is using through here and just really get some midfield presence to then start to pressure the other side of this objective because as you can see on both of them, you can sit on the objective whilst also being out of line of sight. But the thing is, the Genestealer's there, ready to set up that response straight away.
You're just going to move up down.
And same on the other side as well. You've got the Genestealers behind up here that can move through and do some havoc there. But yeah, I definitely think you're right in terms of the Warriors moving in, and we can see now that it's in a David's turn for turn 1, and he's starting to move up the Warriors there. And it's going to be really intriguing. There wasn't much done apart from moving up the Utlands and the Genestealers in both of these spots for Tyler's turn.
Just as it is. Okay. So.
Yeah, I'd like to see what David decides to do here. If you're on circle, that middle format unit examples.
I mean, obviously, just say that's the.
Build these middle format unit. And that way, what you can do is actually leverage that little gap between them. Actually, so these warriors down the bottom can actually charge and move through those pieces, like get around that way. Now, like, when you deploy a charge, you need to have one model bigger than engaging range. So, what you can do is, like, another man brick, you can basically put just one engaged range and then string all the way out to the middle. And that way, after they die, you can still pile and consolidate like crazy. When you pile is what he does, or potentially just smarts the strong side into these big four-man bricks. And also, there's a quick stratagem. So, for Warriors, if they score a hit roll against a unit, for 1 CP, when a tuning unit displays a charge against that unit, they can roll 3d6 dice and discard the lowest. So what you can do there is actually really leverage, like yes, you only need to charge, but for 1 CP, you can really leverage a bunch of units.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know at all what Synaptic Imperative David has chosen for his turn? So Synaptic Imperative being the 1 point each battle round you get a certain ability.
I do not. Considering that in terms of the characters he's got Neurothrope with the Tyrant Warrior Prime, he's got effectively everything in his list is what should we call it? Synapse, so everything's going to be getting the same ability. I can go ask and I can find out for you.
It's not that super important. I think I wouldn't be surprised if he throws nothing on us to this turn, and I think next turn can be important. Like if he does go aggressive and really slingshot all his units up the board, I imagine what he can do. So each person expects a little comparative in the training codex, each type of unit in the army has a unique once per game basically ability. So once per game, we start the battle round, we declare it, and then every silent unit gets to like it's sort of like a command week, and they give out like an aura of 6 inches, and then every unit within 6 inches they get that ability. So for 2 warriors, for example, 6 to hit in melee, explode into additional hit. For 2 new prime, it's 6 to hit and shooting, explode to an additional hit. Neurothrope's get an ability, so it's +1 to psychic test, +1 to deny test, and we get 5 up to pain against mortal wounds. And then Zoanthropes get a really cool one, which is for every unit in the army that is not a monster, you get a 5 up invulnerable save. And then for all marked units, you get a 4 up invulnerable. So I really think he might, and this is only once per battle when they perform, so but there are ways you can sort of get a unit to do it, another get a unit to use this synaptic imperative again.
And obviously these guys don't try to
Nexus, and you give them also that imperative in addition. So you can give them that 5 up invulnerable save as well as exploring 6 into unit 4.
Yeah.
Right, so
this
unit here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you probably didn't pick anything, or just like, I don't know, might have just chosen one of
these on there, maybe?
It's going to be super important in this game, but maybe you chose nothing, because you can choose not to use anything. It's super important because only once per game you can use it. So as soon as you burn your Tuning Warrior exploding stitches, you can't get it again.
Yeah, so he needs to make sure he pops that at the right time to get the best use from it. So...
Yeah, correct. But also, it's also worth noting, it's actually once per battle for those units per se. So, for example, if you have 5 Tuning Warrior units, you can still only use it once, though. Like, it's just once per that Tuning Warrior unit. Like, so you don't have any Tuning Warrior unit, but like, how many Hive planets or Neurothropes you have, you can use it once. Like, you unlock it, and you have like a 1 battle ability for it.
Yeah. So I think David's going into his psychic phase, so he may just turn to the players, hear what they're doing, how David's going to get through the Atlan Jackals and what he's actually going to do moving forward throughout the rest of his turn.
So we're going to go here, opponent and select 6. So we're going to go, he's going to cast Hive Nexus.
Yep.
Which means, so the next battle round I've got to pick another synaptic thing, but it just means he can give the same synaptic to one unit.
Okay. Yep.
So it goes off on a 7, he has a +1, so that goes off 9, so that's a 10.
Yeah.
You're out of deny.
I've got limited deny range.
Oh, you got the deny range.
Yeah. How many other spells can you cast? What do you got?
So he's got one more.
Yep.
And then I just have 2 smites.
All right. Well.
And a psychic scream.
Yeah. I'll go for it. Why not? That was it.
Yep. Easy.
That's a big deny there.
So he's going to cast, he'll cast Catalyst on them as well. It doesn't go off, I'll spend a CP, so it's on 10, down to 9. So, yeah. So yeah, started with 10, went up to 11, back down to 10.
Yep.
No, fails. Cool, good start.
Yep.
It's a dice tray. And then we're gonna go, yeah, so that's him done. We're gonna, they may as well try and smite just these bikes here.
Yep. This unit here.
Yep, so 8.
I'll try to deny it.
Yep.
Yep. The other one.
So it's D3 plus 1 mortal wound for each one in the model.
Yep.
So it's a 3, so it's 6 mortal wounds.
Pretty good.
So,
Where's your other psyker? So it's that one?
yes, that was that one, and then the other guys are over there.
All right, cool.
I think it's whatever the
this unit,
closest,
yeah.
There's that pocket you were talking about, Sam, in terms of opening up that middle section.
Do these guys.
Yeah, exactly. So now that
They'll do the
David
same.
can do his card, literally can live through that gap and like sort of put you around the other side.
Last tonight.
One thing that I probably should have known though as well, like you may not want to push as aggressively on the other stuff because obviously kind of behind in all these trucks and the ruins have Genestealers and Acolyte Hivers which can smash. But my statement was I think he will use that. He will push forward because I don't think that Genestealers and stuff will be enough. Because I mean realistically
So do the fireball into
and you might make one
16.
but I just don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough. And then you're exposed, and there might be an interrupt along the way. And if he pops the fire invulnerable, or the catalyst,
So you
like,
just
I don't
do
think
the
the G-Cells can
burning
cheat
spray?
as much as he may want.
So
Exactly. He needs to capitalise on which unit he actually charges against them with.
Yeah, and also I know it's a massive gap, but there's maybe some cute shenanigans you can do with the Warriors if you can
you're
These crew strange G-Cells on objectives are not objectives to do it, so be able to get the Warriors on the objectives may be very, very cute.
Yeah, 100%.
So winning on 3.
Loves it.
Cool. So 1, 2. So 4. These are egg 2 damage.
Chucks. Now 3 dead. Say that again? Yeah, I think the Nexus does it for you. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't know his rules.
Yeah.
Man doesn't know his rules.
Oh no. That's why you're on the top table, mate.
Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty. Honestly, we'll do these guys.
Yep.
Is that one whole unit?
Yeah, that's one last unit, yeah.
Yep. Just gonna do 3 and 3.
Yeah.
That unit. just going to do these guys.
Yep.
I'm just going to shoot 2 Venom cannons into them.
Yep.
And I'm not going to do any other shooting.
Yep.
So they're D3 shots each. So let's do the 2. 1, 2. So that's 3 shots.
Yep. -1 to hit.
So 2 hits.
Tyranid shooting.
It's
AP.
neg 3. So neg 3, and that's just 2 damage.
Whoa.
Yeah, neg 3, 2 damage.
Yep.
Cool. Right, so I'm not going to do any other shooting, so I'll just do some charging.
Yep.
These guys will charge into them.
Yep.
5. I'll do that movement and then.
So as Dave's doing that movement, we might have just a bit of a chat about what happened in that shooting phase. So we were just saying off mic that David did manage to clear off one entire unit that was there, and then the unit that was there down to 1 man. So you were saying, Sam, that it really could have been an opportunity that, like what he was doing down here, where he's using them to kind of slingshot forward after they absolutely kill him, because they're only T4 or T5, 2 wounds. And so, yeah, like you were saying, maybe it was a bit of a mistake to just shoot them all off or psychic them all off instead of using them as slingshot units for combat.
Yeah, I think that is a mistake. I think for the middle unit it's fine. I think that's actually able to then move around and get into things. But I think killing that top unit is a mistake, because now those warriors at the top here, I mean, yes, they can probably charge the rest of that middle one here, so which is fine. But the probably can't get into much more moving into Tyler's component zone. But we'll see what happens. So I think that is a mistake. I wouldn't have done it if I was Tyler. But look, I'm not there, so like he's got his 3-0 so far, so he knows what he's doing. I'm not perfect, so we'll see what happens. I think now David will try to charge that middle black and middle, then be able to really shot up there. So we'll see what happens though. And also the big notable thing is, obviously we know that Tyler has taken retrieve nothing Invader, and one big thing that David's doing very well is actually spraying out the unit. So you see these warriors are really spaced out, not clumped together, and that way what David can do is deny any of Tyler's units getting into his deployment zone and doing any shenanigans per se.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I did forget to pull up the time in the round as well for everyone's reference. And so we've got that now going. I'll just go double check to make sure that that is the right time for everyone as well.
And then those dudes, they charge.
It's going to be
Cool, and may as well just charge in this middle squad.
Yeah.
8. So yeah, that. I'll get them past the wall, but I'm not going to go up that far.
It's one thing.
Yeah. Cool.
But
Right. So that's all my charges.
Yep.
I'll fight with those guys over there.
Yep.
Cool. So fine. Around. So there. Wow. Really hate these tails and stuff.
Yeah. So what, you're getting 5 in at the moment, probably?
Sorry? Yeah, so let's get 1, 2, 3,
Oh, 6, sorry, yeah.
4, 5, 6.
Cool.
Yep.
Yep.
4, 6 fours. So they get 4 attacks each.
Yep.
So 3 base plus 1 with the bone swords.
Yep.
So that's 24. I'll just roll 20,
Yep.
and then I'm sure that should be right.
Yeah, yeah, sure, fine. You want -1 to hit?
-1?
Yep.
Yep.
And just can't be wounded on 2, so I imagine it'll be 3s.
Yep.
Yep. 5 AP, pretty high.
So yeah, these are Boneswords.
AP 0, right?
Sorry?
AP 0.
Yeah, neg 2 damage.
No, I'll go 6 ups.
Yeah, sorry.
That's right.
Yep, cool.
Do your thing.
These are just going to move up another 3. And then the other. So the other bike guy.
Yep. Oh yeah, just whatever. Which one do you want to go first into?
Yeah, just 2 units. If you're happy with that.
Yeah,
I can just roll.
which unit's going to fight first?
These guys.
Yep.
So we've got just under an hour 50 left in the round. And as we can see, David's using that slingshot move to get onto that objective. But I think Tyler's strategy there was to probably deny banners out of everything. And maybe he only got it on 1 that he did deny. But also the thing that I want to note out of the rest of Tyler's list is that there's 1 Patriarch there and there's 1 Patriarch behind this rune here that you can't see. So he's using line of sight pretty controllingly to hide his key units.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Leveraging these L-shaped ruins to hide
So that should be just 3. So if you're on the
David,
objective, they'll be on 3.
Yeah.
And obviously same with the other side.
Alrighty, no worries.
Oh, they should wait.
Oh, that's like, no, that's right. No, it's just scoring, so you'll get.
Yeah. So grind down. And then back to the next turn.
Also, sorry, apologies. Also something to do, obviously, for the Jackals, though, because obviously Tyler did take engage on all fronts, so he did get 3 points on his turn by pushing the Jackals up, which was it's 3 points, so I can't fault him for that.
Yeah, exactly. And he may have also scored, done a plant data with them as well. Quite possibly. But it depends on their keywords.
Yeah, they're biking, so I don't think they can do retrieve up.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 points.
That's pretty good for you.
Yeah. Works well with grind.
As we said that, like, so obviously, by pushing the Jackals up forward, he was able to deny Stranglehold for David this turn. But yes, he was able to get grind.
Yeah,
And
that's...
also deny the banners.
But the thing is, the mission secretary is also killing units as well, so he's got 3 units, so he got the full points on primary available for this turn.
Correct, that is a very good point as well. That is very, very true.
So it really shows that, you know, he really probably saved points early on and maybe didn't save as many as he probably hoped. Like, I think he maybe would have saved 2 points at most. 5 points at most, but he lost 6. So, I mean, it's a worthy trade, in my opinion.
Kind of what expected. Australia's going to be a bit harder.
But yeah.
Yeah, and like, so what we're seeing here now is kind of measuring 3 inches out. So there's like 1 hand-running unit which can keep strike 3 inches away. So one cute thing you can do now is like, you've just got to really be careful about spreading out these deals. So.
Yeah.
I can imagine Tyler sort of finds a way to put these little hand-frame units down. So you might be able to put them down with near warriors, you're just on the other side to get them up if you really want. Or even in that sort of back line area, we'll put them up here for each gap where that piece of paper will be on the warriors.
Yeah. Been good to see Marius in chat as well, and everyone jumping in. Great to have you all with us. Dragoon, GG Maitland, Totally Not Panics. Yeah, it's awesome to have all you guys joining us for the coverage. Thank you so much for all the follows as well. Rage Quit as well, thank you so much. If you are enjoying the coverage, it's an absolute honour and privilege to be able to bring this with you, and also have Sam joining us from all the way down in Canberra from the ACT 40K crew.
Sorry, mate. After you're done, we've got another weird interaction for you.
It's going to be interesting to hear what Tyler does. So if he's moving the brothers down, so he's going to get line of sight shooting.
Yeah.
I feel like this game's going to be like that. He's just like, oh, he's never had it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think I'm guessing what I would do if I listen to Tyler's mission. These Genestealers, if you pass them up, knowing what sort of imperative has been chosen for a period will be important. But if it doesn't have the power of input,
Onslaught, then they can.
I would feel relatively comfortable about going into these warriors, and like I can turn up Overwatch for a CP as a Genestealer top player, and with 50 attacks going into these warriors with AP 4 damage 1, I think I feel decent into it. So, swing on 2, so what's that, 7, so 43 hits, and then we take 21 wounds, 22 wounds, so that is 7 dead warriors on average. So
Yeah.
The question is, can I
noting any you can't give him a reroll, so it's 7 dead warriors, and then afterwards, depending on how many things you can overrun.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing also noted that players don't realise is the using that we see PPs one thing that doesn't matter in WC is actually, so traditionally in WW set, if you're more than an inch away from the wall, you can't put a base and like get it in there, you can't get it in there. So that tactic that players use is like sit outside an inch or like somewhere you can't pick with it. But in WTC, they've actually had a unique wall and you can literally be inside the wall, and so being over an inch away doesn't matter.
Yeah, right, that's crazy.
Also, these players with obviously it's a unique rule, and like, of course, you don't know unless you've read it completely. I think they probably just don't realise, but they're playing it, and like, look, if they agree to it, it's fine. Just trying to vote to note as well.
Yeah, so something interesting that is probably why Tyler held back those Root Runners is that the Warriors, in every Warrior unit, David's got 3 Venom Cannons. And so the Venom Cannons are 36-inch range as well. So if the Ridge Runners were to move up and be able to engage those warriors, then they can also return fire. And they're 3 shots at strength 8, neg 3, 2 damage. They could potentially do a lot of damage to the Ridge Runners because they're only T6, 8 wounds with a 4-up save. So they actually would be a really problem. So Tyler really needs to alpha strike with the Ridge Runners to get any really good benefit from them. And I think the fact that now this bottom lane of fire, there's only a couple of warriors that can see them, he can actually kill units that are going back around here as well in the full unit rather than just the entire unit as it was back there as well. So I think that's going to be massive for in this turn to at least start to whittle down at least one warrior unit there as well.
Yeah. But thank you. You may as well just stay here.
Some chat, yeah, so the little woods, so little woods, so there's little rectangles like down the middle, bottom, top, middle, top left and bottom right, those are in big forests, yes, my understanding.
And then I think Plastic Blasphemy's got a good point on what I was just saying, actually. With the Ridge Runners, the spotters increase the range by 12 inches, so there'd be 48, so that's a lot further. So I don't actually know why they might have been hiding last turn there.
Yeah, maybe just didn't want to just push it just in case. Just be careful until you got the true line of sight. Looking at the comfortable and pushing them out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
possibly.
very fair point though. Yes, this one is really good. Going close range, at 12 inches to range on the bearer. So, and also, obviously, so in each unit there is 2 spotters, and then there is one with a flare launcher, so which is the I think it's 6 up in one. Yeah, 6 up in one and -2 to charge. So
Yeah.
maybe you just didn't feel like getting 6 shots into ballistic shield, well, ballistic shield 5 with nice one different Venoms is worthwhile. But yeah, fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for sure. So,
Also, one thing we probably do not know is if he's taken to the last, and just want to be very, very careful with him.
that is also true. That is also true. I mean, I will confirm that I do know what the secondary is, but I'm just not revealing it because I know that I can be heard.
Fair enough.
So,
Look at this, Scotty D49 holding the lead card close to his chest.
and I will confirm it at the end of the game for you guys, so that you guys are able to go, yep, that's what it was. But yeah, I guess, and we can see that he's moving up the Genestealers right here, ready to go into combat. The thing is that they're kind of exposed and they're on their own. And there's really now nothing on this objective, so it means that unless he's actually got something hidden behind here that I don't see, then it means that he's given up one objective, and he's given David in his turn Stranglehold straight away. So there has to be something else sitting in there to be able to hold it. Otherwise, I don't think moving out the Genestealers would have been the smarter play.
Yeah, I imagine Tyler will push something back there, so I think he might just put a chuck a small 5-man Acolyte Hive unit there just to hold it and hold sec.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised actually if there is something behind that wall there to shoot the Acolyte Hive and then also get in for the charge, because that way what you can do is then steal the objective from David per se. But I don't think there's probably a necessity right now, because also there's a hold 1, hold 2 mission, so letting hold 3 instead of holding 4 doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah, at least not on primary. Whereas, for denial of strangle though is a big thing. That's the big concern, because if he doesn't keep on top of David in terms of scoring strangle, then David could just run away with strangle with holding 3 on his side of the field and not really having to really worry about engaging on Tyler's side of the field if he's just moved off one of the objectives. It's like, great, I'm just scoring that this turn for free. Like, there's no... Tyler's not making David work for it, but I think that there is probably something sitting there and I just can't see it.
Yeah. And also notably, because what I imagine will happen with the Genestealer, depending on how David removes his warriors, is he might return to the shadows with those Genestealers and then just pop back up straight up into the sky. But also it denies raise the banners, is another big thing. So if you put another unit on that top objective, you deny David another turn of raising banners. But so yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what happens here. So
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought he said something. I thought he said there's 50 people.
Alright, so I just went to have a cheeky look, and there actually isn't a unit sitting behind there. It's completely uncontested, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tyler pops out a unit from that Goliath truck to be able to go and take that objective to make sure it is secured. The Patriarch that is sitting behind here is holding that one still, and of course you've got the, he's deploying some stuff here. Here it is, he's deploying the unit out to go there now. Perfect.
7 and he's got 5+ kills.
Yep, Marius is a great observation there as well. Could be something from reserves as well.
Well, I think Scotty D49, Monrace has seen many Genestealer Cult game and tabletop simulator or in real life and knows exactly what's happening.
Yeah. Which is always great to have many faction experts around being able to help give us insight as well through chat, as we know that a lot of codexes are very dense in terms of rules nowadays, and it's hard to stay on top of everything.
I think one thing we didn't mention, Scott, is also looking at the Preceptic game, funnily enough, just imagining the Genestealer Cult think they're Lord and Saviour and the Tyranids have come to save them, and then the Tyranids are here to actually punch their own little uprising down, so a rebellion. So I mean, it's a little fun thematic game as well as tournament, like competitive.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. We'll go to Psychic. I'm going to cast Flight Last on the big unit.
On these guys?
Yep.
Hey, these guys will deny. Try and deny.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah. Yep, you can check if you want. So it's 8. Cool. Ha. I might CP that, so. Nah. Yep. -1 tag. Yep. 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 Cool. So 10, so down a 9. So I've got a counter as well. Yep. 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 No neg. 4 up. Done. Yep. Good. Yep. 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 Yeah, yeah.
Pretty good. I'm strength 6, the window forwards, right?
Yep.
2 saves, heavy -3, 3 damage.
Cool. So, yeah, so just 2 die. T5, yeah. Next one.
So I just went for a bit of a walk and had a look at all of the other games that are happening. So by looks, it looks as though that Eldari into Grey Knights is going to be a 20-0 to the Eldari. The Thousand Suns into Eldari is a very interesting matchup, still kind of going. There's not much on the table for Eldari, but I reckon they've got some stuff in reserves. Tau into Tau, it looks like the Vic Bulls Tau is winning at this point. It's doing quite well. And then, yeah, Drakari into Chaos didn't get too much of a glance at though. So, yeah, looking to be quite a strong performance so far from the Vic team. Let's see if the New South Wales lads are able to pull out the rest.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Just confirming in chat, can you guys hear us okay? Just want to make sure.
Yeah, we're unmuted, so we should be coming through.
Beautiful, happy days. So cool. But yeah, like so we saw that, so the powers go off, so trying to make some charges. So the Acolyte Pirates here, they're trying to make the advantage charge into these warriors here, so they give them reserves.
Yeah, just charge it in, didn't you?
Charge properties because they're Genestealers and they're cheap. And then these Neutroners down the bottom here shot off some warriors down the bottom, so just get some volume, get some props and just start thinning through the horde, basically. And so we'll see here now what does Tyler do. He made the 3d6 charge, which is good, so that's a really good thing for him.
Yep.
And then we'll see what happens.
Dan reckons New South Wales has got it.
Charge these guys as well.
Yeah, doing our best to clean stuff up, Marius, with the audio. It's just, yeah, I'm trying to, with calling in Sam through remote means, and also the players' mics is trying to make it nice and clear. I do note that I'm quite loud in comparison, so I will adjust my side of things as well. So it's maybe a little bit better off than.
Yeah, look, so looks like so Tyler has done very well here. So obviously making the 8-inch charge is big for him. So and he's put I guess an extra resource in there, so that big 2-man Aqua Hydra unit as well as the Genestealers are going through his warriors. And look, we talked about sort of Genestealers with the Poplar Shack should probably get through 7 warriors, and having this extra Acolytes there should really have that contingency to get through the rest if needs be. You also have that offset as needed.
So what means I'm out of 6?
I'm just leaving him out of 6. I have a strat after they
100%.
before consolidation. If they're not within 6 inches of another unit, I can spend a CP and put them into reserves. Okay. So I just kind of like, I'll eat them and then go back under. Yeah.
That's straight after you fight, yeah?
Yeah.
So before I attack back?
Yeah. Well, only if no models within 6 inches. So if I don't kill the unit,
yep.
It wouldn't work that way.
Okay.
Alrighty, so I go the Genestealers.
Yep. They just got 1 damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then we Tyler talking about the
so Genestealers get 50
play.
attacks.
He's potentially trying to do and set up.
Yeah.
No worries. Just doing 2 lots of 25?
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. So 2 is to hit and 6 is automatically win.
Yeah.
Yes, it's interesting here him activating with them first instead of the Acolyte hybrids. We'll see how it goes.
Neg 3.
See how the math goes.
hit. Five to wound. Oh, 4 to wound, so I'm strength 5. Yep. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 so far.
14.
Yep, AP 3s.
3, 6, 9. 10, 11, 12. And I'll just chuck that guy in 12. And then 13, 14.
Yep, and the second half of the unit. A few 6s. And 4's the wound. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's one more.
That will consolidate. How many wounds do you have, Sophie?
3.
Yeah, it looks like they're. I think he might be one warrior left. Looks like maybe. I think. Or was that with the
Who's
aqua
level
hybrids? Might be. Sorry, just trying to look for it.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. By looks there, that is probably one of the big units of Acolyte hybrids.
Yeah, so that was the Genestealer definitely.
So 3 guys, you know.
Yep.
But aqua hybrids were the department as well. And I don't think he killed the whole
So the-
unit.
No,
So that's
he's-
why now
He's still,
6 attacks.
he's still got the one sitting right there.
Yeah. So just in the. Just look at both the S.
Every
And
single
that's going to be
order
pretty much the fifth marker. There'll be one
and
right
every
there.
6 to
So.
mortal wounds.
Yeah, right where that red mark is.
Yeah, take 4 mortal wounds.
Oh, and it's dead. Take it off. See you later.
And then I'll spend the CP and put him on the ground.
Yeah, so now, like, so he got the consistency. So, sadly, won't be able to get the Genestealers back into reserves, which I think he probably would have preferred. But he at least gets the Acolyte hybrids now to go through reserves. But he's still got Avery North first day. And also now, notably, so these 10 Genestealers are 4-up bomb. 4-up bomb Team 4 can't be winning on 1 and 2, so they're going to be a bit hard to deal with. And if you get in combat with them, like obviously there's always this threat of interrupt. They still have the +1 attack, which is with if they have much early on, which is pretty nasty. And also from here, so he stole on the objective, and now he denies raising the banner over the objective. So very well done, Morgan Tyler.
Yep, 100%.
So I'll get 2 engage points.
Sorry?
I'll get 2 engage points for 3 quarters.
Yep.
And that'll be everything. Cool. I'll get 1 rod.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here now what David does. So that was really good of Tyler to kill 1 warrior blob, so that's 27 wounds done. So now let's see what he can do. And plus,
They can't
obviously,
fail
the
leadership,
other
I'm
warriors
sure.
on the bottom.
Synapse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now David has to play
Cool.
Rough one big
So the prime we're going to give these guys a +1 to hit.
Let's do these games field, otherwise they're going to come in and snap it.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm expecting these guys to kind of push this way to deal with the Genestealers. That would be the expectation, because he's still got 2 units down here. He did take some damage here from the Ridge Runners, so that was anticipated with them putting some firepower down.
Just going to go
It just really depends on if they're going to move this way
these guys.
instead.
It's synaptic quick. So it just means that they can roll 3d6. Yep. And pick the highest when they do.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
So one thing also I forgot to mention also is, so David still has those Zoanthropes.
So advance these guys.
Genestealers aren't a big fan of mortal wounds. I mean, they're only 1 wound apiece, and 5, 6 mortal wounds, that's 5, 6 dead Genestealers. That's one really good way to get around them.
Yeah, it is. That's something we saw even last night against between Ben Way and Josh McMillan. Was mortal wounds are such an important thing to negate again from the Genestealer cults. They have to try and stop them because other than that, there's not much that they can do. Because they've got low armor saves anyway, it's very hurtful to them that it just goes through what they've very little saves that they've already got.
And one other key thing as well is, depending on what that range is, I don't think it's going to be with 18, but that Broodlord, so obviously look out for effects for ranged attacks, but it doesn't matter, it also smites and psychics. I mean, well, with Bodyguard also, if those Neurothropes allow it so that Broodlord is within 18 inches and is the only visible target, I mean, that might be some smites into Broodlord, and Tyler potentially loses Broodlord if the psychic from the other areas kill his Genestealer, or they're not a visible target.
Yep, exactly. So
but yeah, I think we see here that David's going to raise banners down his bottom objective. That fireball maybe might swing down just to get some extra shooting into those Genestealers, because you might want to, the Venom cannons and the Nexus maybe get into trying to kill. We'll just have to see what happens.
yeah, really, it's just going to be waiting to see what happens in the psychic phase and what powers he gets off as well.
Yeah, and also the rest of the movement. So, as we mentioned before, that David has to be really careful about the R&D quarters and stuff coming 3 inches away, 6 inches away.
Yep, 100%. 100%.
It's also interesting to note there, Scott, so you talked previously about how the Firefold Elder versus GK matchup was a 20-0. So what that 20-0 means is a massive win for the Firefold Elder. And if the Overwatch boys, so Sean His Xenos Friends, thought maybe that was a tighter matchup, that means they're not that down on points. And so what they need to do now is captain, being Chris Wright, I believe.
They move eight.
Teams like, hey, by the way, with your try and get more points and try and like push for a bigger win.
Yeah, exactly.
Previously they wanted to try and get a close win or close draw.
Yeah, 100%. So with that, like, there was not much left when I was looking at it in terms of the Grey Knight side of things. Like, there was a lot of dead stuff.
So I'll advance these.
Yeah, I think there would be a couple of matchups to go their way, but we'll kind of see. I reckon Chris is going to win against Thousand Suns. Unfortunately, I reckon the Vic Bulls Tower's probably got it. This matchup's going to be very tight, and so is the Drakarian Chaos, I believe. Quite possibly as well. So we'll see what happens and how the chips will fall. But this round's definitely going to be close.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close. You know, this may be one game which will decide a lot. So there we go. So Dave just mentioned that he wants to make sure that these Zoanthropes can see those Genestealers, and he's lining up so potentially maybe this Neurothrope and these Zoes. Hopefully, like, it might be a bit risky, kill these Genestealers, and then potentially these Zoanthropes can then shoot the Broodlord itself.
So you're talking about the Neurothrope that's there, and then the Zoanthropes that are up the top, yeah?
Well, so there's 3 Zoanthropes are roughly halfway down the middle. That's the Neurothrope, and halfway down the middle is the big brain bug there.
Yep.
The warrior code. There's another block there. So also, I don't know. You may want to get the warriors into combat with the Genestealers, and like if there's a small amount, like he should pick them up with enough volume and attack. And then that way he can also then like similar trick as we talked about before with like using the pylon to consolidation and potentially overrun to get onto the objective. So there is a play where he maybe does it. Because also notably, these 2 new warriors are also up the field. And so if he only has on the top left, so using the pilot, it's got that Maitland 4 at the top left. if he can get enough bodies up here, he can actually steal this objective. There is a non-zero chance where with overrun, consolidate, these Trinity Warriors can actually get onto the objective. Potentially. So, and like that doesn't so if you get 5 bodies there, or even if you match it, match it doesn't matter actually because it'll be hold 1, hold 2. Actually no, sorry, apologies. Matching does matter because to get strength roll, you have to hold 3 and hold 1. And if you contest an objective, like holding more, because
it is.
Holding 2.
It 100% is. So it's something that's really important to be aware of.
And here you see here David being very smart about screening out these sneaky little 5-man Acro hybrid units from deep striking in through into the lane. Yep.
Each of those zones in that backfield, he's effectively screened out. I would say from about here back is just covered. There's maybe a pocket here, and that's it. Actually, no, there wouldn't be a pocket because of the distance there would meet there. So his entire half is screened off.
Yeah, I think there might be, like where you're drawing right now, so I think there might be a 3-inch gap because you don't need to be just over halfway. You have to be only 3 inches away from halfway, and then it's building up. From every table quarter, sorry. From every table quarter, you have to be 6 inches away. Yeah. There might be a little pocket here with a 5-man unit, because they're only 25 mil basement or whatever, so they're very small, but very hard to screen out. But look, if he screened out, look, he did a really good job screening out Tyler's turn 2 for deep strikes. And look, if only he gets 8 in RMP, that's a pretty good job by David, and very kudos to him. Because then obviously all the reserves have to still come down. There is a play for Tyler, like if he puts something down at the start of the movement phase, he can put something into strat reserves for a CP and come down again later on. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that
100%.
And that one that goes into strat reserves does have to come on. So you can screen that out a bit more easily.
Yes.
Alright, do some psychic. Yep. They're just going to smite first. Yep. 4. That fails. Yep. Awesome. These guys, I'll do this again. Yep. So, wow, 5.
I'll try tonight with the
That's
unlimited.
huge.
Oh, the deal, that's right, yeah. You can play your own dice.
Cool. He'll we'll do. Oh, they're going to raise banners as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Do catalyst. Yep. On those guys over there. Yep. So 8, so 1 is 9. Yep. Cool. And we're gonna. What's it? They're T4, aren't they?
Yeah, take 4 plus a number, so.
Yeah. They got one.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm going to spend a CP. Yep. So down to 8. Yep. And then there. So the strat's just I can use any psychic power. Yep. And I'll just do the Neuro Parasite. Yep. So it's on a 7. I'll manifest it first. Yep. Don't worry about it.
So that'll put you down to 9 CP.
Yeah, so I get 1.
That's unlucky for David there. So try summon Neuro Parasite, which is like roll d6 for each modeling unit, and for each roll which is greater than the partners, you suffer on all of them.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. Deal.
Yeah.
Well, you always go shooting.
Yeah. Right, and then we're going to go.
So essentially, like a T4 body with 2 models in unit, up to 3 model in, 3 4 model in.
I'm just going to yeet these guys off. Yep. Actually, it's at the end of the turn. Okay, that's right. So, yeah. But they'll.
Oh, what's that ability?
I think just using the only
Sorry?
Yep, cool, mate.
Alright, we'll do some shooting. Yep.
Well, I think
we're
what I'm trying to say is at the end of the turn, what he's going to do is for 1 CP, he's going to encircle the prey and
2d6.
put those zones back into the sky. And so that way in the
okay.
strap, then the next turn can come down, most away, like strap zones.
Yeah, yeah.
So 7.
Still a flame on profile?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, very good.
Are they -1 to hit?
No, I was just curious.
2. Nah, you don't need 1.
Oh, Kowalski, 2 dead.
Cool. Sorry, mate.
That's right. Where are they?
And we'll do. This guy's just going to do his action,
Yep.
where he just drops a deuce and some rippers come out.
Cool, cool. They'll do some
So
good.
three rippers.
Yep.
Guessing it. They're a unit. Put that 3 there. Cool. Yeah, sweet. So just chuck the within 3, they're just sitting on the objective and that.
Yeah,
So
no worries.
cool. Some shootering. These guys will just fire into your GSC. What do you call them?
Yep. Yeah.
Those guys.
The Tyranids.
That's the one. They should. I think their this bit is around a 24, so it'll just be a few venom cannons.
Well,
that's a venom cannon. Cool. So just one.
Yep.
One assault there, and the other 3 venom cannons there, 36 inches.
Yeah, okay, right. Perfect.
Cool. And
Oh, good.
and then 3 venom cannons
Yep.
for 3 shots. 3 hits. 2 wounds.
1 dead.
Cool. And then we'll go everything to them. Yeah, and then everything up unit into those
Yep.
GSC guys.
It'll be -1 to hit just because I'm in the forest now.
Yep.
Completely.
So we'll go 3 venom cannons from the prime anyway, so
Yeah,
it's
happy
the
days.
same then. Cool. So 2, 3, 4. Cool. So 3.
2 dead. I'll scare him at the end. 2.
They got the 4-up in one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2-1.
And then I'll do the venom cannons.
Yep.
The death spitter, sorry. Cool. So 3. Yeah. So it's a full squad. So it's 6 of their death spitters. So it'll be 18 shots.
Yep. Cool.
Groups of 20. There's the 2 there. Cool. So 4, 5.
Yep. 2 left.
3. cool. So you still get within an inch. Now, if I'm not touching the forest but still getting within an inch, is it -2 still?
No, I think you're fine. I think you're fine.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're sweet.
Because yeah, I'm not hitting the forest, but I can still get there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shot. They're just chilling. There breaks the banner. They're going there. Bow, bow. They're not anything. They've got nothing. No. Cool. Alright. Decent charging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Happy days. Whoop. Well, that's a big charge.
Yeah. I reckon they'll make it with the
Yeah,
forest.
you might make some movement there.
So cool. So we've got. What's his movement?
He moves 9, can advance, and then charge. So he's pretty fast.
Yeah.
He hits pretty hard too. So he gets 6 attacks, reroll all hits, hitting on 2s, and rerolls all wounds. Every wound is AP -2, AP -3, 2 damage, and every 6 I roll it's AP -6, 3 damage.
3 damage.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, so 12. So 12's like out here.
Yep, yeah, no worries. Yep.
So pretty pivotal charge there for the Tyranids to be able to move up and take on those Genestealers up there and really take off that objective. He did do quite a bit of shooting as well to be able to take them off and do some good stuff there.
Wasting time with that one.
Yeah, like he has. He's done a bit of volume of shooting and some smites and stuff along the way. So, and then getting that 12-inch charge is massive because he's, as you can see, like he made those. He was able to move those warriors, which normally move 6 inches, and then obviously a D6 advance. Really propel them up the board, and now with a Pilot Consolidate, he's really able to leverage them up.
I just shuffled these guys up. These guys should stay there.
So yeah, but he's deciding not to really propel them out. So that's a choice for sure. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, for sure.
And while notably, also that's not going to be
Yeah,
grind.
so you got 1 point here. Killing your unit.
Yeah.
You both kill the unit each.
Yep.
So you won't get the grind down the turn.
No, so I don't think he did. I didn't see a 36 roll, though I didn't see a TP spent. So I think he didn't use a 36 charge shot.
Alright, so since
then,
like going into turn 3, I'll just jump off and grab their points. You keep on going, Sam.
Warlord, they've done that 1 corner.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, so now that Tyler will get another 8 points on primary, so it's going to be very tight. So
Yeah, it's very slow.
Very slow, yeah.
I got 1 for banners.
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
Oh yeah, you got the one. Yeah, you know what you're doing. Sorry.
All over it.
yeah, so now I think Tyler will probably put some shenanigans down here and just do R&D. In this quarter, get 8 points there. I wouldn't be surprised if his Genestealers now sling out and do the exact same thing they did before. The 9-man or 10-man Acolyte Hybrid squad just come in 9 inches away, hope to maybe make a 36 charge, or just pray they can make something. And look, you can keep it very safe also by hiding behind this wall. And like if they don't make the charge, it doesn't make a difference because they can sit on the objectives. And he has these Genestealers down here behind the crates, which I think with an advance and stuff can probably go around the forest and really get into these warriors here. Might be worth the risk depending on how he sees himself. And then these Ridge Runners in the bottom left here can just shoot into these Neurothropes down here, just get some points, because we believe that he's probably taken no prisoners. We're not sure, but maybe he's taking no prisoners. If he took to the lasso, I imagine he'll just keep it very long and very keep them safe. And also this Patriarch, funnily enough, can now go in and do some damage. So if we see the Patriarch go in for the charge and do some damage, I have a good feeling that he probably then has not taken to the last, but if he does keep it safe and just smite, then probably the chances of him taking to the last are increased.
Sorry? I'm saying you're about 1.5 inches away from the wall.
Alrighty, so I've actually got the primary for not just primary, but all the scores. So currently the CP wise, David's on 8 CP.
It's meant to be at the end of the turn. So
That's the 1 hour call.
Just want to confirm with you.
Tyler's on 5 CP to David's 8. So currently David is sitting on, he scored 9 points on primary in turn 2, so he goes up to 12. He did score another 3 points on grind. He did get 1 for banners. And he did get Stranglehold again to, wait, that was Stranglehold, so it should be a 6.
yeah, well, they were just off the interval anyway.
He wouldn't have got Stranglehold. He would never got Stranglehold because he never held 3 or more, and more. He always held 3, he never held more.
Right, so he would have only just had 3.
He shouldn't have even had 3, I don't believe. Because he never had it, I don't believe, is my understanding. But maybe there was something I didn't see.
Yeah, there might be something going on there, but I'm just going off what their score sheet's got.
Sure, yeah, exactly. Like, if the players agree that he got Stranglehold, then he got Stranglehold. So,
oh, hang on, no, I'm looking at it wrong. My bad. No, you are correct. He didn't get 3 on Strangle. He only got 3 on Grind as well.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so David should have got 3 points on Grind for turn 1.
Yep.
He should have got 4 points, or 4 plus 8, 12 points in primary, and then Bennett, he would have a point. Yep, and then Tyler would probably have 1 point, or 9 points on primary. He would then have 5 points with engage in all fronts. Retrieve Knuckle and Data, who would have 4 points, and then his secret secondary, he obviously hasn't scored it yet, so he hasn't got any points.
Yeah, engage, he is on 5 points for that, and he has done his the bottom left on screen for data.
Yeah.
So
did he also have he done the top left at all or not yet?
Not yet. I think he's going to declare at the end of the movement phase.
Sure.
So currently being 14 to 16, still pretty close without that secret secondary coming into play.
All right, what am I thinking?
So really good to see that players are still playing a really close game at turn 3. The thing is that they've only got an hour left to go, so it means they're gonna get to a turn 4 finish at best.
Yeah, get the guys out and I'll advance in D6.
So, and as we can see in terms of the board state, really, David's been using a lot of line of sight blocking terrain in a lot of these areas, but then he's pushing up on this side of the field, which is quite interesting because it's kind of where Tyler's actually weakest, with only the Patriarch, a unit of Acolytes, and the Goliath truck, and everything else is kind of pushing down this direction.
Yeah, me too. Solid.
So we're kind of seeing one player, which is Tyler, pushing up this way, but then David's pushing up the other way. It's really interesting that they've gone from hammer and anvil to kind of this diagonal hammer and anvil that we have been seeing in previous games that will generally revert to being hammer and anvil. But we're seeing some Genestealers being deployed in that piece of terrain right here now. So that's probably going to help reinforce that top section if they do get charged.
Within 8, 7, and here's how to say between 4.
He's pretty much touched the ball. Yeah.
Within 4 to 3, so 5 on charge.
Yeah, it'll be super interesting to see what happens.
I'll advance him as well.
Sorry?
I'll get him out and I'll advance him. One. I'm going to CP reroll that.
Yep.
So he's moving 7, 10, 15. Put him there. That thing's going to move. I guess we'll pivot 3 inches.
Well, that's big to have the Patriarch hide behind there and then deploy another unit getting that 15
all
inch
one
move
unit.
there as well.
These guys.
The orange ones, they're a different unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 units on there now as well. So he's really solidified that top objective now.
I'm going to spend a CP and flat advance these guys 6 inches. So.
Yeah, he has. So he's definitely taken a bit more defensive approach and like keeping those Patriarchs safe behind the walls and getting those acolytes in terms of layers behind. So interesting, definitely interesting. So now look, he's pushing his Genestealers behind the containers. They're pushing out. Look like they're going to go into these warriors down the bottom here.
Yep, because he did pay the CP for them to advance. Maybe it was the I could
Auto
be wrong.
advance.
Yeah, the auto advance 6. And I'll also see if the what should we call it? Genestealer Cult have anything that allows them to
If I'm out of
advance and
25,
charge.
you can't charge me, right? You move 7,
Yeah, the Genestealers, the pure strength Genestealers themselves naturally advance and charge.
Right. That is spicy for them.
Yes. There's also a stratagem whenever he brings out the hybrid metamorphs, or the acolyte hybrids, I believe. For 1 CP, you can get them to advance and charge as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to move these Genestealers.
Oh, really? AP.
How do you get AP4?
You roll just that many 6s.
So it sounds like Chris with Eldari is doing quite well against the Thousand Suns right now. If we were just hearing his opponent chatting with David, 20,000 Suns Terminators being picked up in the one turn from Shuriken weapons. Absolutely brutal.
Yikes, caramba, that is a lot. Yikes. I guess the T-Suns player just didn't roll those 2-ups well enough, or the 3-ups, depending on AP.
Well, it was AP -4 because Shuriken.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, Shuriken with Dire Avenger would be AP4, but then also Armor and Contempt to make him AP3, so... And then you get the +1 saving and damage weapon, so it'll be AP2 after all that, and if any, like, cover or anything. Oh, multiple shots in Norse cover, so... AP2, so 4-ups. Didn't roll those 4-ups well enough.
Yeah, and he could have only popped that strat on one of the Terminator bricks as well, so...
So you definitely, yeah, correct. So there's a stratagem for T-Suns to do -1 damage for a brick, but also T-Suns naturally have built into their profile, I think it might be all of Dusk, is for any damage one weapon, +1 save.
Yep.
For Rubric and Terminators. But
Yeah. So here
Yes.
we go. Tyler's about to place a 10-man unit of Acolytes right in the center here. Getting back to the game on camera. And no, he's placed them to reinforce this top line. So he's really doubling down up here to try and hold off the offensive that Dave is bringing in to that side. Really trying to double down and prevent losing that objective to try and hold Dave to 0 and Stranglehold for another turn.
Is these all your deep strikes for this turn?
Oh, that's me empty.
Oh, obviously, if you take them up, they can come back down to turn 4 and
Yeah,
5.
cool. Yeah, I'll be empty after this.
So all the other deep strikes that was it.
Yep. I've got one more unit to bring down.
So this is
Now,
the
we've got
last of
unit
the
here as well,
units.
Yeah.
to bring in from reserves, apart from the one that he did use the strat
or is
on?
that from the reserve?
Either reserve, yeah. Either of my last reserve.
And he's done a bit of a conservative approach with his deployment of them as well. He's kept them behind line of sight down here and up here, so that, you know, in the event that on certain areas he gets pushed, he's got units to be able to respond with in kind.
Yeah, exactly right. So and he's got the layers and layers of obsecond bodies that, yeah, the warriors will chew through them, but they're not going to chew through enough or get into combat with enough.
This has got the mortal wound one on him. Yeah. The other one who had a range of.
Yeah.
I'll smite them.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll try tonight.
Oh, of course, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, that's these guys because I'm pretty sure the other dude's out of range, so.
The other guy's going to cast advance and charge. Yep. And I'll extend
That's
the range.
that guy, yeah. I can deny that, I got that.
I'm going to put it on the character.
Yeah. On. Oh, yeah.
On the little dude by
The
himself.
little guy that's.
Shooting. We'll go these ridge runners into these guys here.
Yep. So, -1.
Yeah. So hitting on 5.
Intense.
Yeah, it wasn't. 4 and winning on 4, is it? Or
Yeah.
yeah.
Nah, yeah, it's winning on force, yeah.
3, they get -3.
Yeah. I don't think they get a. They got a 4 up.
Kill 1.5.
So they got 4 rotation. So.
One red down 1. I'll shoot the stumpers as well. It'll be 2 saves.
Cool. No neg?
No, no. Kill him.
And there we go. Obviously, the Achilles Ridge Runners down there shooting to the
I guess I'll shoot the
Zolwyn
auto
Throats, I
cannon
believe.
stuff from that.
Might be Venom Throats actually. That's nice one to hit
Venom
bubble.
stuff first.
It's,
Yeah.
actually, yeah, definitely has to be nice one to hit Venom Throats because the Zoes went into reserve last turn. The other ones are up the top.
Yeah, it must have been some Venomthropes.
Alright. Charges, I guess. Let's go the big one. We'll go the Metamorph Hybrid unit. Yep. Like it.
Is he going to spend the CP here? Yep. No, it doesn't need it. The 7's enough to get in.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
He's going to spin a CV. Oh, it doesn't need it. The crowd goes wild.
They're commentating on my commentary.
I think you can do us talk about it.
Sorry?
I think you just heard us talking about commentating.
And so yeah, the really cute thing here about the hybrid metamorphs, we discussed in the pre-game show, sort of, these hybrid metamorphs, they actually fight on death. So what Tyler can do here is actually activate with the Genestealers down the bottom first, and then if David wants to interrupt for 2 CP, then I mean, he's going to trade up anyway, so it doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's not trade up, but get some damage in on the way out, so we'll see what happens.
There's the CP reroll for a charge, but DD managed to get it. Yep.
So, yeah. Because he was 3 each way, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Minus the 2.
Yeah.
The Genestealers, they need no double ones.
Let's go double ones. That's
Right.
not double one. You want to CP that up and give it to you for free.
I'm going to run down the guts pretty much.
I reckon this is going to be a big turn for combat for Tyler.
Yeah, very big turn. Was it the Kelemorph charging? What is the Kelemorph doing charging? I mean, maybe what Tyler might be doing though is if they kill the Kelemorph, 2 CP, you can actually shoot the Kelemorph on death, which is kind of cool.
I don't think it's... Do you take a Kelemorph? No, there's no Kelemorph in his list. He's got... it's potentially a Patriarch or a Primus.
It has to be the Primus, then. It must be the Primus. Because Patriarch's the big broodlord looking things.
Yeah.
Fighting after him there.
Yeah, it's definitely the
I guess we'll go
Primus
here
then.
first.
Because he's still got
10
one up
Genestealers
behind.
with 4 attacks each, so 40 attacks.
I should have mentioned that earlier. I mean, any Genestealer Cult player worth their salt should always take the Kelemorph. It's so much fun. I mean, I really should have changed my vote then.
Who knows? We'll see what happens.
6 attacks minus 3.
Yep, so it's just 2.
I wasn't sure also, maybe, I don't know if even the Tuner Warriors up top can even interrupt, because he has Mental Onslaught, which is the fight last spell, so which the Patriarch could have carved.
You
But I
can't
don't-
interrupt with always fights last going on that unit. You can't use that stratagem. You've got FAQ'd.
Correct, yes, exactly right. So that's why, maybe that's why also he charged. But I wasn't sure if the Broodlord got it off also.
Yeah, 7 wins. Alright, I'll go over here, I guess. Yep. I'll consolidate.
So there we go. A bit annoying there for Tyler. I imagine he probably envisioned himself killing all those warriors, but at least he's put a lot of damage in now. He can rack that Tuner Warrior and just be a bit of a pain on the objective.
Yeah, I will confirm how many there are left on that objective, and I'll be right back.
Alright, I'll go with the Primus first.
Yep.
So he's hitting on 2s and wounding on 2s. Transhuman, does that work over poison? How does that work?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So there is only 2 warriors left on that unit down the bottom there. So they're like right up and in there.
80 minus 2, 3 damage. 6 up?
Oh.
Yeah, no.
So that's up.
Yep.
Deals with 1. So was that his attacks or?
That was just his attacks, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, these guys get 3 attacks each.
Yep.
AP minus 3, strength 6. And he gives them reroll 1s to wound. It's a hit, sorry. It's a hit. Seven, 8, 9.
Is that all of them?
Yeah, that's all of them.
Yeah, cool.
So 3s, rerolling 1s.
Yep.
Oh, not a good conversion rate.
Always away.
Yeah, and 4s to wounds.
Yep. You're right.
One dead, 2 dead, 3 dead, 4 dead. AP minus 3, so I assume he's dead.
Yep. Cool. So there's one more alive.
Yep.
We're pretty even still.
You're confident to slide in like a 10 or something?
Hey?
You're confident going for like a 10 or something?
Yeah, probably.
That's good.
I'm not liking this list as much. Yeah, I don't. We'll talk about it later.
Yep. Alrighty. Cool. That's me done. So I'll get my gauge points. I get 3 gauge. Yeah, we've got sign up, so
Jay?
he's got sign up, so
Yeah.
yes. Cool. Yep. That's everything.
Nice.
It's a bummer. I wouldn't mind killing either of those units, but
Sorry?
I wouldn't mind killing either of those units, but
These ones?
oh no, like those two. I was hoping I'd kill at least one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh well.
Yeah. Not today, buddy.
Not today.
Technically, they're only killing their friends, so
Fair, you know, it's a
they're the overlords,
exactly.
apparently.
It's true, and they're much bigger. Bigger
Yeah.
bugs always win.
Yeah. I'll fight back with them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So 4 attacks to this guy.
Yep. Three dead.
3.
Yep, 3 dead.
Cool. And then there. 1, 2. And then these guys over there.
Yep. Oh baby.
Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
2.
That's my
Yeah,
turn
so
done.
as Tyler was mentioning there, so it's not as nice. You wish you killed one of those units at least. For some
They fail on a 6.
alternative primary scoring. But he's in a good position. Like being able to whittle both those units down is really nice.
All right.
So we'll see how it goes. Like those warrior boots are basically ineffective right now. So we'll see what happens now.
You'll get 2 banner points.
And then right now, obviously,
They're obsec as well.
No, they're not obsec. No.
They're not?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay,
so you
cool.
got
So I
your
still get the
4
banner for that then?
Yeah, you got your banner and you get 8.
Yeah. They're obsec. Okay.
No, they're not obsec.
Cool.
I wish jellyfish.
Hey?
I said I wish jellyfish. I think it's good.
I wish jellyfish. I like that. So 7. So, haven't killed any units yet?
No.
Okay. So I just
Unfortunately.
need to kill one.
Yep. Seems likely.
Yeah. So they're just moving 5. There. Cool. This guy's got fly, so he's just going to go to there. And then these guys. 4 up. 4 back. They're just going to move. 7. Literally that. There.
Sorry. There you go. Yeah.
He's just gonna. They're just gonna sit in that little corner there, so outside of an inch of that.
Yeah.
Have a look at that.
Yeah.
Cool.
I can still touch him from here, right?
Yeah. Because I think if I'm in
Yeah, it'd be out of an inch.
and even if I was like half an inch anyway, so
Yeah. Yeah, no worries.
so that's fine. Cool bananas. All right.
How you going, Chris? It'll be close. Really close. Might be like a 12-8. I think like a 12-8 to me, maybe.
New Tyler there, reckon he's maybe going to get a 12 to 8.
These guys.
Going to be really interesting to see if he does.
Should do it in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think probably Tyler didn't recognise also the time. Like they don't have much time left for both of them, so
Yeah.
they definitely have to play this turn 3 out quick.
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly right, Dan, the Khan. those workers uprising, giving it to the man, sticking it to the hive mind. For sure.
Yep. Yep.
So no one's borrowed or anything?
No, everything's on the field this turn, except for transport.
Yeah, except for transport. But I mean, nothing can pop up
No,
now.
you say.
Thanks. That's all I needed to know.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think now,
Actually, I won't advance them.
So I think now David's just going to push up, kill the stuff on the objectives, try and smite them and shoot them away as much as possible without trying to lose too many resources.
Yeah.
And then next turn, then Tyler's going to counter and just try and kill as much as he can before time runs out, honestly.
Yeah, like they just probably want to play really quick. I would say that they want to have no more than 20 minutes left on no less than 20 minutes left on the clock to be able to get through turn 4.
Correct, yeah, that seems to be very fair. And also, those Genestealers at the bottom there, just near the red containers, imagine those will slingshot out and pick up whoever moves onto this Maitland objective on the bottom right.
Yep, 100%. Even if those Genestealers do get killed by the incoming warrior unit.
Yeah, and as if Tyler has taken, I mean, even like if he's took to the last or no prisoners, Tyler saying it's a 12-8, makes me think he's obviously got a good secondary there. So definitely like a no prisoners or to the last, I believe, what he's probably taken there.
Yeah, and the fact that he's also held Stranglehold to 0 points up until turn 3, there's 6 points already gone. Banner's already only being 1 point for 2 turns. Like,
yeah, I think Banners will be 3 points because he held his home objective and the bottom right objective.
Yeah,
so he'll
yeah.
have 3 points.
Yeah. So, yeah, because that'll be scored during the current command phase. So I'll enter that in once we go into turn 4 and get the turn 3 scores and get that all updated.
Nice,
but, yeah, so to hold down the secondaries quite low for David and Tyler still be able to get units in position to do data and engage on all fronts to score early on those secondaries and get decent amount of points in response and in comparison is really a good start, because we saw the same thing with Ben, that he didn't have a lot of those units towards the back end of the game because of the firepower the Sis is just obliterated with, whereas in response here, it's kind of trading things back and forth. And really the positioning of some of the stuff that David's done with the units of warriors in the back, the Tyranid warrior prime that's now moved up from its spot to there, and only having, I think, if I count correctly, there's maybe 4 units of Tyranid warriors left.
Yeah, I think that's so between 2 squads there's 3 warriors and then the rest have the full squad. So 1 squad got completely obliterated, so
yep.
So 15 warriors, so it'll be 45 wounds plus any Zoanthropes and then Thropes along the way. So that's additional 4 points on no prisoners. Oh, probably be like 5 points on no prisoners, and then maybe the actual bonus one. So maybe I think he'll kill more here soon. So if he kills the other 3 Tyranid warriors, which are wounded and damaged, that becomes 54. Plus, I think he killed 2 Zoes, which is 4 damage each, so that's 62. That'll be 7 points in no prisoner, plus whatever he kills in addition in his turn 4.
Yeah.
So, I think it's a good score there. So he gets 7 points in no prisoners, if not 8.
Sorry? Pretty much where they started.
Yeah.
And see, this is...
Actually, I'm going to go over here. Yeah, so 9 inches out.
If David had honestly placed those Zoanthropes back where they were, that's a CP completely wasted, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's no shooting threat which he can make the most of. And it's a bit of a waste. So it'd be interesting trying to see where he places it. I get the play because it threatens a deep strike, a nuisance. I'm surprised actually, funny enough. Like, I wouldn't know. I don't know what's on your actually the objective one for Scotty D49 at that very back there, because his zone threats come 9 inches away. I wouldn't be surprised if he could draw a line of sight so that whatever is on that back objective, what he can do there is actually get stranglehold. If he kills like a 5-man unit that's on the objective there, or a character which is like 4 or 5 wounds with a smite, that's very.
It's a patriarch on that objective.
Okay, sure. So patriarch on the back objective is 6 wounds, 6 so wounds. I think 6 or so wounds. I don't think it has a 5 up to pain against mortals.
Oh, no,
Yeah, I don't think it has. I mean, obviously it has potential deny, which sucks, but if you can go 2d6 plus 3, you feel pretty good for the most part. It's probably worth the risk right now.
Nah, not for a 6. There we go.
Yeah, so Marius in chat there said, I was surprised by the 2x3 zones instead of 1x3 and a Maleceptor. Also surprised no winged Hive Tyrant. I completely agree, Marius. Like, I definitely think you definitely do lose a bit of redundancy having 2x3 Zoes, because you only need the invulnerable saves on active comparative once. And Zones are fine, that they're good, but you only cast Smite a couple of times, and you need that Super Smite once.
Yeah.
So, also the winged Hive Tyrant. Sorry, I was just trying to
jump into the psychic phase, yeah.
Sure. Also, so the winged Hive Tyrant is such a massive threat. Like, having Reaper Obliterax or more claws, like, it just does so much work, and it can go insane and really leverage it overrun. Well, that's a smite that or something didn't go off.
Yeah, that was a smite that failed.
Yeah.
I'll try the night.
Don't you dare. I was just like, if you do, look at it, just slap. Alright, so they got the 5 up.
Yeah.
Spent 7 down to 8. So 8 to 7.
Yep.
And he's going to cast the Hive Nexus on those warriors as well.
Yep.
Oh, that's a big.
Yep. Barrels.
Yep.
Yeah, big perils there.
1.
At least it goes off.
So give them the 5 up in one.
Goes up, but it's only 1 damage though, so not as bad as it could have been.
No, and on those warriors was the 5 of invulnerable save, so much comparative, so pretty notable.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, now I'm going to do some smiting.
Yep.
These guys at the back are going to smite.
No double sixes first. Alright. Character?
Yeah. Oh, did you see it?
Yeah, that looks good. Let's go for it. That's how we do it.
Yeah, fair point. So Cal or Jacob and Gillian's Maitland, so calling it efficiency for Zoe's. Oh, so that's a good smite.
I'll do my third one over there.
Yeah.
I'll do one over here, sorry.
Oh, good night. Sorry, that was part of the nine.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Spicy.
Yeah, I reckon. Nice. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think there is a good discussion. The Maleceptor, though, has that, look, a big body. It's a T8, 4-up invulnerable save body with 15 wounds. And, like, to be able to use that Psychic Overload power, the Psychic action, as well as the up to 3 casts per turn with 3 more wounds. It's very good.
I just can't do it turn 5 because then they can anyway.
Yep.
Cool shooting. They didn't get onslaught, but they can still shoot because they're all assault. It just means that they're hitting on 4s. Yep. So I'm shooting Genestealers. So Venom cannons.
A bit ambiguous when you say you're shooting your Genestealers. It's like, which Genestealer?
Yeah.
Here's Chainsaw. I know,
Plenty
obviously.
of them.
It's like the GSE shooting at the Tyranids. I'm shooting the bugs. Which bugs?
Yeah.
Interesting, obviously, that psychic phase didn't go as well as I imagined for that David wished. So we'll see what happens now. So I think the combat shooting will still be very solid.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's only just literally these two that can't shoot.
Yeah. I was saying, I think that guy's in range.
That guy is?
I think he's in range.
Yeah?
I pulled him and they're all out at the same time.
Oh, okay. So it's just that one dude.
Yeah, I think so.
So that means I'll take out those 4 and then the
sorry.
2 because it's normally 8 each. Sorry, 3 and then 5.
Yeah, exactly, Mario. So the David Psychopath hasn't gone as well as expected, for sure. Well, that's dice though. Sometimes you sometimes have to build in some contingency and some risk plans.
Yeah.
I also just want to say thank you for everyone for tuning in.
Yeah.
We've got currently 34 viewers, so thank you very much for supporting Warhammer and supporting Scott.
Yeah, it's awesome.
For anyone,
No,
for anyone, for anyone that hasn't seen, so this is a Maitland teams event, so it's a 5-man teams event for Warhammer 40,000. So teams of 5 pair off into each other and duke it out to see who team's going to win. So right now we've got the Victorian Bulls is playing off against a local team in Sean and His Xenos Friends, so a bunch of people from the Maitland Derby region in New South Wales. So thanks for all supporting the stream.
Yeah, these are the top 2 undefeated teams of the event so far. These are the last 2 undefeated teams as well. That's why we've got them on this round and not next round.
These are the Venom cancels and the Genestealer Cult. So 3.
That's
Got you 4 up in one.
Yeah, that's all we're shooting, isn't it? That's all we're shooting into these guys?
No, all the death spitters, small guns
Oh,
into
yeah, that's all we're shooting into those guys?
Yeah. And then death spitters is that number 1. So 2 are off the terrain. So that is 4. 1, 2, and then he'll just shoot his Venom cannon into them. 3, 2, 2. Cool. Another one. Those guys go back.
Slowly whittling down those bottom gene stealers there on that number 2 objective.
Yeah, killing those off is nice. So
Do some charges. These guys will charge us down. Are they 5?
Yeah, you don't fly in the charge base. You can't fly the models in the charge base.
Fly over models?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah. You can go around them, but you can't. You don't fly in the charge base. Other than they're still flying. You can
I thought you could, you just do whatever the terrain's got to do. Yeah.
maybe again.
Doesn't matter.
An extra technique tree.
Still, what I want to do.
Exactly.
Get the minus 2, it's not going to break the bank.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, cool. And then we'll do that single guy into those dudes. So, yay! You just go straight, yeah, straight there. And then those into your Genestealers.
Yep.
Cool.
All the charges.
Sorry?
Is that all the charges?
Yeah. Yep.
These guys have bundle save.
Nah. But, I mean, you can heroic speed, but I'm just going to yeet him out anyway.
Yeah, right.
I think
Any unit, or is it just?
I'll just have a look. Yeah, so it's just encircle the prey.
I'm gonna heroic this way.
Yeah.
yeah, Encircle the Prey can only be used on fly and burrow as units, but that's okay.
Yeah.
So the warriors can't do Encircle the Prey, which cheats them out. They can definitely overrun, but they can't Encircle the Prey.
Yeah, so I think he was referring to maybe the Neurothropes that charge into combat, because there's still that one warrior right in there, and then the Neurothrope's the one that went into combat and charged.
Yeah, for sure.
So
There's one in the middle. I just
Yeah, also look at the time obviously of this round. This is bottom of 3, so there's only 20 minutes left. It's going to be very tough to get a whole 10-4, so unless they try and talk things out, or just call it as is.
yeah,
That's if they haven't fought already.
Yeah, they haven't put it in. Sweet. They're not fighting fast.
Sorry.
They're not fighting fast.
Alright, so what do we do? We'll go into that guy into those 3 dudes there first. So 5.
Close over here.
Yeah,
What's the
neg 1.
No, 6 plus. Oh. Alrighty, I might interject somewhere. What's the defensive stat?
These guys?
Yeah, I'll do that. So, no, yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll interrupt.
Yep.
I've got 6 guys into them.
These guys.
Taking, I guess, the action in his own hands, so interrupting him with a hybrid metamorphs into the stuff that charge. So that way he can, I guess, limit the output that comes at him and put things in as possible.
yeah, exactly.
Sort of 1s and 2s. Do 4, 9 saves, 18 minus 3.
Yep. So 2. Eight. So he's on 3.
I think we're going to go down by a bit, so if you can pull the 20 out of your butt, that'd be cool, but
There we go.
Do you want me to look, see if it's there, or dig in?
Yeah, I think you just heard off screen there, so Chris Wright saying we're going to go down by a bit, is what I believe I heard.
Yeah, I heard that as well, yeah.
Yeah. So it's at there.
It was cheekily asking if Tyler is able to pull the 20 out of this.
I like it. And then he'll attack him then.
Yep.
This guy.
Yep. Yeah, of course, yeah.
And then you. Oh, but the other guy's. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah, then I get my attacks with him.
Cool. Now, did they have? They got baby transhuman.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So it's 3.
Yeah. 6 up to it. 1, 18 minus 1.
Hey? Oh, it's going to be close. It's just going to be equal. I don't know.
Alright, I'll get my character.
Yep.
2s. 4s. 4. 18 minus 2, 3 damage.
4.
Yep.
So 6s.
Yeah, he said.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so that'll be that. Units killed.
Yep. So
You kill the unit.
Yeah.
I killed the unit.
Yeah.
So you won't get stranglehold. So you won't get grind them down. No. But we'll both get a point for end of battle round.
Alrighty, I'll go get those scores off the players and we can update them ready in time for them to get through turn 4.
Okay. Anything there obsec on your side?
No. Oh, no.
Yeah, so I will
You
get
got upsec?
No, but I've got more models.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll get 12 points in my primary, so I can control 4.
Yeah, well, so Tyler getting the 12 points of primary there is massive. It just helps skew the matchup. Like, I don't think they're going to win the round, but it'll just give Tyler that
Yeah,
extra
right.
point.
I'll do some movement. Just stay on here. 2. Are we going to mute him? Yeah, good call.
Yeah, so that's pretty big for Tyler, being able to kill some of those warriors, I think, or Venomthropes. Can't really. I think it's not warriors actually on the objective. Actually, it must be Venomthropes, but he said they weren't obsec, so.
Yeah. So I've got the scores for that round. We'll update CP first. So Tyler is still on 4 CP.
Yeah.
So he's still playing relatively conservative with his CP. Dave is still down to 7. So both players being very conservative with their CP at this point. For turn 3, again, Tyler was able to score another 9 points on primary to chuck him up to 18. He was able to then score another 3 points on engage to go up to 8. He got a second quarter done for Rod, so he was able to then get the 4 points on that. So that would put him at a solid 30 points so far without his additional secret secondary.
I think it might have been 3 points. I mean, it might have only been 2 points for that last turn engage on all fronts, by the way. It was 3 quarters. I don't think he got the full 4 quarters. But we'll check what they say on the sheet.
Yeah, on the sheet it does say 3. He got the 3 points.
Good for him. Yeah, good for him then. So that was fantastic. So yes, got the full 3. So yeah, Tyler's definitely pushing ahead now in this game.
Yep. So then we go to Dave's points. He ended up also scoring 9, so he's on 21 points on primary at that point. He didn't score grind again for turn 3 by looks. By looks on banners, he did get 2 points. So if it's at 26, I'll just go confirm for grind and banner, grind and stranglehold for turn 3. I'll be right back.
He would have not got grind for turn 3, and banners he just got the 2 points, so we did a total of 3.
Okay.
So he's got no grind at all throughout the whole. Grind for 1 turn, sorry, for the whole game, and no stranglehold at all. Just 3 points and banners total.
Yeah, right. So it's definitely like Tyler's edging ahead very slightly.
Yeah, and then Tyler just got a big 12 on primary.
Yeah.
So they've got the...
Thanks, Marius, as well in chat, confirming no grind for turn 3.
Yeah.
That's pretty tough.
It would have been nice a couple of turns ago. It would have made a bit of a difference, I reckon.
So really with only this much time left on the round, what probably Tyler's going to try and do is try and roadblock Dave as much as possible from getting additional points. So as you can see, he's moving the Genestealers up. He's probably going to swing him around, get into combat there as well.
I'm not sure.
That's a very good question, actually. They won't use it eventually.
Set up for ages.
Yeah, Marius, he hasn't really used his CP a lot. He sort of just used it for Encircle the Prey, the Deep Strike, and really never used the 3d6 charge or the -1 damage from shooting. Been a bit strange, or 3d6 charge, yeah, as we talked about, so it's been very strange from him. But that's okay, look, for the sounds of it, obviously David's relatively new to this mid list, so that's okay. You don't know everything, and it's a new book, so you can't fault people for not knowing everything. Not at all. Actually, that's a ridiculous statement. Of course you can't fault people for not knowing everything. People don't even know their own faction, let alone other armies, so...
Okay.
Question, answer question. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, just because it took me a reset up.
No stress.
Yeah, fair enough. Totally not panic said. Dave's fourth game with them, so yeah, very rough for him. It's a bit of a shame. But look, glad he's able to attend, so good on him. And he's played it relatively well. Like, he's done things well, just some little technical nuance and, like, knowing the army would have done things better.
Not good. No, I really don't like this list now. I don't rate this list. Especially.
Alrighty, so we've given the players an extra 10 minutes, so they should be able to complete turn 4 naturally, and maybe get through turn 5 depending on how quickly they get through it.
No, it's over there.
So I think now it's going to be pretty big for Tyler. He's going to pick up a bunch of these warriors at the last little bits and bobs. I don't think that warrior block down the bottom got the 5 invulnerable save for the battle round, so I think it'd be rough. Like, he'll be able to kill a bunch of bodies, but I don't think he's going to kill enough. And then we'll see how we go.
Yeah, 100%.
But also, if he did take 2 to the last, then he's got a full 15 on that, which is fantastic for Tyler. So he is pushing his Patriarch back, which maybe does allude to the last a bit more, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely.
That was from that guy, yeah.
Oh, that guy back there. He's going to go... +1 attack. Or +1 attack. Yep. Spend a CP, he's going to 1 CP. +1 attack here. Yep. Shooting.
Totally not panics in chat. What does David normally play? Obviously, this is his 4th game of the new Tyranid book. What does he normally play?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of juggling. Definitely agree. Particularly in a team's environment where you're trying to understand what your other players are trying to do, and knowing what you need to do with the armies. So.
Yeah, fair enough. So totally not panics in the chat saying that David's normal army is T-Sun. So at least he's good at the psychic phase. He would understand that a bit more.
Yeah.
I guess understanding some slower, durable units with 3 wounds. So like, you get the warrior army.
Yeah, it is also a lot of warriors, as Marius has just said.
These guys in here.
Oh, look, obviously, shout out to David for stepping up and helping out the team. Very good of him.
character will charge. These guys.
Primus cheekily going into the zoanthropes.
So did you get fights last one?
No, you can interrupt me there.
This is going to be the turn that decides it, I reckon.
Yeah, like this turn will be big. Like this turn will decide whether Tyler really makes this game a bigger win for him, or it just becomes a bit tighter win for Tyler. I think Tyler's definitely in the win right now, so I think this will be probably become like a 15-5, maybe Tyler's way, depending how things go this turn. So,
Yeah.
and if Tyler can deny... Oh, he'll score end of turn, actually, if this is bottom of the turn. So actually, he'll probably score 8 on primary. So, yeah, Tyler should do well here. He should get the win for sure.
Yeah, it's just how big does he get it? Because he did score max primary on objective holding for
Correct,
this turn.
yes.
And so now it's just coming down to how many units can he actually kill to capitalise that, get a full 15 to even further slingshot him in front.
Yeah, correct. I'm also a bit. I'm surprised he didn't put these ridge runners actually flying off on the objective here, this bottom left objective for him, because that way he can deny overhold. So, but look, I mean, maybe he's a reason. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing here as well.
Yeah, I'll go have a look and see if there is anything on it.
Yeah, I would have been surprised that you just put one ridge runner, like sort of just lining up, and you'd still be able to see a Venom threat and push the others up forward.
These are the.
But hey, it is what it is.
Oh, this is them, yeah.
Yeah, so you get 3 base, plus 1 threat on his 9, and then plus 1.
Yeah, no, all good.
6 is automatically wound. A lot of 1s and 2s.
So there is a unit of 5 hybrids sitting on this objective.
Okay, perfect then. Then he's more than okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if Tyler did take for the last, it would be the 2 patriarchs and the ridge runners.
Yeah.
What would be the last? There is technically one of the purest strength Genestealer units is equal exactly to a patriarch, but he would have had to secretly set it.
Yes.
That is exactly how I've heard. That's what he says, Tyler. Secret objective while we stand, Ridgy Digis. That is 100% verbatim what he says.
Yep, so they'll shut one on one wound. I'll spend 1, 2, 3. So 1 for CP.
Yep.
They have Yep. So it's just for an extra attack.
Yep. No worries. Yeah, that's right,
Good again.
Yep.
Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the extra attacks for the first 4.
Yep.
Going into your Genestealers.
Yep. 3s and 3s.
Cool.
Kill 6. Can kill 3.
Yep.
Kill 0. Take that.
And then 1, 2. And then 1, 2.
Three AP -2.
Yeah. Oh, that was terrible.
I got my character over here.
Yep.
Hitting on 2s. Winning on 4s. Got 5. AP -2. 3 damage.
5. Neg 2?
Yeah, 3 damage. Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's over. That's on your Xenthrope things.
Oh. Sorry.
That's alright. What's their armor save?
4 up in 1.
Oh, okay, yeah, we'll reroll that then. Yeah.
3, 4, 5. Sorry, I thought it was...
That's alright. No worries. Cool.
Alright.
And you just get your attacks back over there.
Yeah. So he's on 3. He's on 3 wounds.
Yep. Oh, actually, I get my Genestealer, sorry.
Yeah.
So we're 9:45.
Yeah. Because they just bossed all those saves.
Yeah. 20. I'll do 20 now. 2s to hit. 4s to wound. So that many, got 5, 10 the first lot.
5. And then 5.
20, and these are the
So
last
I'll do those. That's 10 there.
second half of them.
Yeah.
Hit. Uh, 4, 6, 11, so 21 saves.
Cool.
That is a lot of saves indeed.
Many, many saves.
Thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the chapter. I hope you are enjoying the coverage. I hope everyone's enjoying the coverage as well. We're almost finished this game between Genestealer Cult and Tyranids. And then we can see what the team result was overall.
I'll roll their attacks while they'll fight on death anyway. Sorry? They fight on death. That'll be my turn done.
Rage has a nice tanky character, so they've got tables out there running set up. The first character to go to the next round.
Alright, no worries.
Cool. One.
One damage.
Yep. So you'll get. For turn, you get 1 mana point.
Yeah.
1 and 4 power. Yeah, I control that one.
Oh, they're offset.
They're obsec, yeah.
Oh, that obsec is huge.
Yeah, it's not going well. We lost the team.
So really right now, Dave's just trying to score some points. Yes, Cthulhu it is. It is Tyler Vizzo. Yep. So it's going to be really interesting to see how many points Dave is going to be able to score to try and deny some additional points to Tyler's team, and if it's going to make a big enough difference here.
Just change the die.
Cthulhu, hilarious.
I think I've finished it. Nice play with a bit of pace just to make sure we get it done. Just do the important stuff.
Hey?
We'll got to make sure we get it done.
Yeah. Not really much else I can do there.
No.
Those guys, are the ones in the thing will probably just go
In combat there, yep.
charge. So, and
Anything like here?
yeah, you'll go there. Probably just go there.
Yeah, so totally not panicked. Some scores have come in. So Brody's Badass Bonanza versus Delusions of Grandeur, which are like, I guess, battling for third and fourth right now. Brody's team won. Then Homegrown Heroes versus VOTLN2. There was a tight win for VOTLN2, 52-48, so tight one there.
Let's go 9
And then
inches
Veterans of the Long Net beat Easy Dubs 58-42. The rest are still coming in though. I believe though for the Vic Bulls game, team, the Vic Bulls are probably up and looking like they'll win.
Cool.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way for them, despite the how this game turns out.
Catalyst. I'll make those.
Yeah, you're right. That's right.
And then we'll do the Nexus on them as well. I'll re-roll that. 7. So they've got the 5 up again.
Yep, that's 2 CP.
And then Duck's mine here.
So Cthulhu, one of the New South Wales lads, Alex, did a great breakdown in the Down Under 40k
And
Discord.
the other unit there.
I think the top 3 factions from memory was Astra Militarum, Astra Militarum, Marines, and Tau, and the top 3 factions in attendance.
Sorry, they'll shoot these guys. Yeah, they're just gonna. Then the red dudes are just charging to your Genestealers.
Yep.
I'm not. There's no point rolling. But there you go.
Yep. No worries.
I'm not. We'll just. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in.
Yeah. It's been rough. I've been failing all the things. Yeah.
My attack stack.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So there. Anyone die?
2 died. Yeah, 2 died. I pulled 2. Go the teams. I'll go these guys first.
You only need 20 tally, you need 18 for draw. No pressure.
Why did it have to be this game?
You got 3, 4, 6 invulnerable saves.
6. So 2. So 1. And these are the Genestealers.
So yeah, everybody, what did you think of this game? So obviously Tyler looks like he's going to get the win overall.
Yep.
As we sort of talked about, so Tyler played things well, kept things tight. Then David may have made some mistakes. And where do you think this would have head out? Like if we got to a natural conclusion?
I think that just would have been a bigger win to Tyler, to be honest, if we had have gone to a natural conclusion.
And one's on 1. So 2 and one's on 1.
Because clearly now, like, it's been a bit of a trade, like they've traded, but it seems that Tyler's had a lot more stuff to trade into that has done well that David has not. There's a lot of these key pieces. Unfortunately, the Warriors are so pivotal, being 255 points per unit and 5 units of them. It's just, as soon as you start to lose some of those, there's such big chunks. It's just really hard to come back from losing that big of a chunk.
Yeah, exactly. I think I don't think David played aggressively enough. I think he should have pushed it. Look, obviously Tyler did well. He mitigated movement with the bikes and stuff like that, but I just don't think he pushed hard enough and was able to just feed a unit one at a time, which Genestealer Cults love when they can just prey upon one or two units and really put all their efficiencies into it. It's great. Look, obviously, if Tyler didn't make a couple of charges with Acolyte hybrids, things may have gone different, but Tyler did very, very well here.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm going to duck over the table so I can get I'll probably speak to Chris, who's standing over there, to get the team scores, as well as also the end of this game score as well for everybody.
For sure.
End of turn, you killed 2 units. You killed 3 units. I killed
We're
2.
good to see the local boy got away with the win.
I killed.
Dan, great game of Khan says, DSC trade well, they have a huge ball presence, they move so well. They're exactly right, very, very true. And Genestealer's being able to advance in charge and just have that threat saturation is so good. Whereas the Warriors, unless they have Onslaught, can only advance in charge. Onslaught's the only way they can advance in charge, and it's never guaranteed. The Psychic did skew a bit in Tyler's favour in terms of denying spells.
What is like?
Um,
Start turn 5 now.
So yeah.
5 minutes left in it.
So because there was so much time rearranging the tables to start, I feel a little bit into one would be good.
Exactly right, Dan. So they're great for choice paralysis. And
I got 3 or 4.
David was never able to get the volume of shooting or attacks. Was never able to get the jump. Tyler always had the jump onto him.
If I get time, I reckon 29.
We actually need 90. He got near 100.
I think I can 20.
Yeah. It's rough.
Not sure.
This doesn't look good. I was. Yeah, I know.
Is it over?
No, we're just playing.
Alright, it's my turn.
Cool.
What do I need to do? Nothing really. They're tucked away. Just gonna put these guys over here.
It looks like they're just talking at turn 5, sort of saying how things will work out. Obviously they're on stream, so it took a bit of time away getting set up and all that jazz. So, look, good sportsmanship being able to allow to just really talk things out and explain what's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be too much. Just maybe get some kills, score some primary. That's about it.
Yes, I dare say you've heard that sound that they're going for another couple of minutes here.
Sure.
Trying to get that natural game conclusion. So to update you guys just real quick, I'll change the turn number, but I won't change the points until the finals results are in. So Tyler did max on primary to give him another 15 points there. He did get a 3rd data done. He'll more than likely get a 4th done here. Potentially. He doesn't have any units in the quarter that he needs to left, so he may not get it. And then his secret objective. Then, in response, Dave only got 7 points on primary to put him up to 28 to 33 in comparison. And by looks, it would have only... he lost the banner on the bottom objective due to Tyler having an OBSEC unit there. So yeah, it's going to be really
these
good
guys
to see how things go
He's within 18 inches.
in these last couple of minutes to see how many points Tyler's able to eke out, really pull from this and eke out ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Oh, the Tyranid. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So it's neg 3. So 4.
Yeah, just charges. Go into here.
Yep. He's dead. Yeah. Thanks.
Yep, I'll roll for the rod.
Yep.
So I need a 1.
Doesn't end up getting that rod.
Alright, return.
Cool. These guys will just advance up. 10, I'm guessing. 10.
You get a banner point again.
These guys are just going to move up.
Very well done here by Tyler. Denying all stranglehold was fantastic by him. And like he really put the pressure to David.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And like maybe getting, I think only 6 points in grind. That's very well done. And that's what we talked about in the pre-game was that issue about yes, you can feed him units, but being able to just hide behind or only kill so many, and then Tyler being able to manage that was fantastic.
Yeah.
These guys will advance. Yep.
So currently it's a 17 point difference, and that's before the end of game stuff's put in. So it could actually be quite a big swing here.
Yeah, and also that's noting without the Tyler's third secondary. So all David can score here is primary. So looks like he'll get at least an 8 on primary. Maybe 8 on primary is all he'll get, I imagine. So he'll get an 8 on primary, and then how many other units he kills? Probably kill 2, maybe 3, depending on how he can see and shoot stuff. And then he'll get an extra point for banners unless he raises one up the top there, which will get 2 points. Oh, 2 extra points at the end of the game. And then Tyler will just be able to get his secondary, so whatever that is.
And Fireball is going to... Yeah, I've got Psyche. I was just going to move. I think that's everything anyway. These guys will try and smite them. Cool. They can just see that. They'll try and smite that guy at the back. That unit there. 7.
Oh, you can have that one. Yep.
Cool.
You're 5, dude.
5. So you get 1, back down to 1, and then we're going to do Psychic.
And it's a good play here by Tyler. He's removing the front unit so that warriors, they hopefully can't make the charge into them or limit the charges made into them.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
That goes off to 9, so it's 10.
You got it?
Cool. Have you got a +1?
No, you got it. No, you
Oh,
got
yeah,
it.
cool. And then he'll just go... guess he'll Catalyst on them as well. So... No, Perils.
So I don't remember.
And he takes 1.
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet. So shooting. So we'll just do these guys into them.
Yep. See what? 3,
That
4.
is that whole 1 unit there.
Yep. So yeah, 4 I can see.
Yep. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then 4.
And what's AP of these ones?
2, 3, 4.
Yep.
These are -2, 1 damage. 3, 3,
I'm just thinking if I want to spend a CP, sorry.
3.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a CP and give him +2 to the saves for the guys in cover. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
3.
So it'll just be AP 0 essentially.
Yeah. Cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So I'll do the 5 in cover first.
Yeah.
Kill 2. Kill 3, sorry. 5. Kill 4. I have 1 guy left. How many dice was it?
Sorry?
How many wounds was it total?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. 1
Oh,
damage each.
Yeah, so 4 dead, sorry. Harold, come in. Yep.
Cool. And then, so that's it. So they'll try and charge into him.
Yep.
8.
You get +1. Let's just remove the terrain.
Yep. So that gets me, so 9. So just in, just out.
Maybe within 10. Someone want to interject on that?
That's out, that's a 10. Alright, I'll CP that. Last one.
Yep.
Big money.
Oh.
Cool. Alright, so it's a 12. Shit, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Happy days. 12-inch charge. We love those.
Yeah.
So nicely done there.
As well, they...
Yeah, that boxcar charge is huge.
Oh, right, okay.
Because they had men as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've got the scores for the rest of the team. Grey Knights did go down to Eldari, Vic Bull Eldari 20 zip.
Yeah.
Chaos won against Drakari 14 to 6. The Tau for the Vic Bulls won 12 to 8.
Reroll that.
And Sean and Friends' Eldari won against House and Son 17 to 3.
Yeah,
So before
you got 3 objectives, so
it's
get 8
even,
points. You get Stranglehold, you killed 1 full unit.
Yeah, so the best thing they can do is that Tyler gets a 20-0, and I think they keep it a draw or very close, but like I think that sounds like Vic Bulls are going to get away with the win.
Yeah, I believe so because it's 59 to 31. The 20 would just put them 51 to 59 if it's a 20.
Yeah, right.
Kill that.
So we'll see what happens, I guess.
You won't get Stranglehold, so I have 3.
Yeah.
Yep, 3, you have 3. You get 8 points to your primary. You get 1 point in banner for the end of the turn. 2, oh, that's 5 total. Alrighty, and you'll get grinded down this turn.
Yeah.
0 and 3. So you got 6 for grinded down. You got 3, 4, 5, 6 total for banners.
Yep.
And Stranglehold got 0.
Given.
And then for your primary, for your mission primary, you got 6, 10.
I didn't go first.
8, 24, 28. So you got 38 plus 12 is 50. I think.
Yeah. So did you get grind in the first few turns? You got 3 kills, 3 kills. Did he kill more than 3?
No, equaled.
Oh, equal. He killed 3.
So Scott, looks like they're calculating scores. Can you please our ears and tell us what the secret objective was?
Of giving him the 5 up again. Because he's.
You got, in the end, you did get the primary.
Primary?
You got the,
I got primary.
and then you
So,
got the...
I missed out by 12 by 1 model.
9, 12, 14 on secondary.
Yeah.
RNG,
So we
I
failed
got
morale,
12.
1 ran, but
I
then you got the 4.
8. And I got 15. My secondary
last
was
one
to
too.
the last.
Yeah,
for,
I figured that.
Yeah.
When you moved your Primarch.
Yeah, so 45, 60, 68 plus 14, 84, 94. Is that right?
I think I just heard there was 2 to last, so it'll be a full 15 for Tyler, so well done to him for hiding that so well.
Paint score 92 to 62, I believe. So 92 to 60.
So I think it's her 92-62, which is a 30-point difference, which is a 16-4, I believe.
Fucking champion. That's the best. That's the best loss you've ever had.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Tyler, you did good.
Yeah. Bummer.
Do you want to pack first, or do you want to go to lunch first?
Let's get some lunch, I reckon. Yeah, I need a little breather. Bummer. Yeah, that's right, 24.
Alrighty, team. We've got the final results there. So it was very close. It ended up being 82 to 50. And yeah, it was very, very close in that regard at the end. And the last objective, as you guys heard, was to the last, and he did end up holding 15 on that.
Yeah, nicely done. So well done to Tyler for fighting that to the last. Well done. Yeah, so 82 to 50? 82 52?
38 primary, plus 12. No, 38 plus 12. 50, yeah, right. Yeah, that's what we said it was.
So yeah, it was a great game.
50.
Yeah, so what was everyone's favourite part of the game? What do you think was the big pivotal moment? I think when the Genestealers and the Acolyte Hybrid built the big 9-man brick up here, I think that was a big pivotal moment on the Scotty D49 logo where the Pyro Warriors. That was pretty pivotal, making that charge. And then those Acolytes sort of living a little bit there, and the pure strength down the bottom living was pretty big. And Tyler played very well.
He did, 100%. He played well. To pull out an 82 to 50 something win when it was very close at turn 2, turn 3 is massive. It's massive. So yeah, that's pretty much it. However, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've got one more round of games to come for today, which will start in about half an hour's time. So I'm gonna